Ingersoll's lecture on the mistakes of Moses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ingersoll's lecture on the mistakes of Moses from the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll. Now and then someone asks me why I am endeavoring to interfere with the religious faith of others, and why I try to take from the world the consolation naturally arising from a belief in eternal fire. And I answer, I want to do what little I can to make my country truly free. I want to broaden the intellectual horizon of our people. I want it so that we can differ upon all those questions and yet grasp each other's hands in genuine friendship. I want, in the first place, to free the clergy. I am a great friend of theirs, but they don't seem to have found it out generally. I want it so that every minister will be not a parrot, not an owl sitting upon the limb of the tree of knowledge, and hooting the hoots that have been hooted for 1800 years. But I want it so that each one can be an investigator, a thinker. And I want to make his congregation grand enough so that they will not only allow him to think, but will demand that he shall think, and give to them the honest truth of his thought. As it is now, ministers are employed like attorneys for the plaintiff or the defendant. If a few people know of a young man in the neighborhood, maybe who has not a good constitution, he may not be healthy enough to be wicked, a young man who has shown no decided talent, it occurs to them to make him a minister. They contribute and send him to some school. If it turns out that that young man has more of the man in him than they thought, and he changes his opinion, everyone who contributed will feel himself individually swindled, and they will follow that young man to the grave with the poisoned shafts of malice and slander. I want it so that everyone will be free, so that a pulpit will not be a pillory. They have in Massachusetts, at a place called Andover, a kind of minister factory, and every professor in that factory takes an oath once in every 5 years, that is as long as an oath will last, that not only has he not during the last 5 years, but so help him God, he will not during the next 5 years intellectually advance. And probably there is no oath he could easier keep. Since the foundation of that institution, there has not been one case of perjury. They believed the same creed they first taught when the foundation stone was laid. And now, when they send out a minister, they brand him as hardware from Sheffield and Birmingham. And every man who knows where he was educated knows his creed, knows every argument of his creed, every book that he reads, and just what he amounts to intellectually, and knows he will shrink and shrivel and become solemnly stupid day after day until he meets with death. It is all wrong. It is cruel. Those men should be allowed to grow. They should have the air of liberty and the sunshine of thought. I want to free the schools of our country. I want it so that when a professor in a college finds some fact inconsistent with Moses, he will not hide the fact. I wish to see an eternal divorce and separation between church and schools. The common school is the bread of life. But there should be nothing taught except what somebody knows, and anything else should not be maintained by a system of general taxation. I want its professors so that they will tell everything they find, that they will be free to investigate in every direction, and will not be trammeled by the superstitions of our day. What has religion to do with facts? Nothing. Is there any such thing as Methodist mathematics, Presbyterian botany, Catholic astronomy, or Baptist biology? What has any form of superstition or religion to do with a fact, or with any science? Nothing but to hinder, delay, or embarrass. I want, then, to free the schools, and I want to free the politicians, so that a man will not have to pretend he is a Methodist, or his wife a Baptist, or his grandmother a Catholic, so that he can go through a campaign, and when he gets through will find none of the dust of hypocrisy on his knees. I want the people splendid enough that when they desire men to make laws for them, they will take one who knows something, who has brains enough to prophesy the destiny of the American Republic, no matter what his opinions may be on any religious subject. Suppose we are in a storm out at sea, and the billows are washing over our ship, and it is necessary that someone should reef the topsail, and a man presents himself. Would you stop him at the foot of the mast to find out his opinion on the 5 points of Calvinism? What has that to do with it? Congress has nothing to do with baptism or any particular creed, and from what little experience I have had in Washington, very little to do with any kind of religion whatever. Now I hope this afternoon this magnificent and splendid audience will forget that they are Baptists or Methodists, and remember that they are men and women. These are the highest titles humanity can bear, and every title you add belittles them. Man is the highest. Woman is the highest. Let us remember that our views depend largely upon the country in which we happen to live. Suppose we were born in Turkey, most of us would have been Mohammedans, and when we read in the book that when Mohammed visited heaven he became acquainted with an angel named Gabriel, who was so broad between his eyes that it would take a smart camel 300 days to make the journey, we probably would have believed it. If we did not, people would say, that young man is dangerous. He is trying to tear down the fabric of our religion. What do you propose to give us instead of that angel? We cannot afford to trade off an angel of that size for nothing. Or if we had been born in India, we would have believed in a God with 3 heads. Now we believe in 3 gods with 1 head. And so we might make a tour of the world and see that every superstition that could be imagined by the brain of man has been in some place held to be sacred. Now someone says, the religion of my father and mother is good enough for me. Suppose we all said that, where would be the progress of the world? We would have the rudest and most barbaric religion which no one could believe. I do not believe that it is showing real respect to our parents to believe something simply because they did. Every good father and every good mother wish their children to find out more than they knew. Every good father wants his son to overcome some obstacle that he could not grapple with. And if you wish to reflect credit on your father and mother, do it by accomplishing more than they did, because you live in a better time. Every nation has had what you call a sacred record, and the older the more sacred, the more contradictory, and the more inspired is the record. We, of course, are not an exception, and I propose to talk a little about what is called the Pentateuch, a book or a collection of books said to have been written by Moses. And right here in the commencement, let me say that Moses never wrote 1 word of the Pentateuch. Not 1 word was written until he had been dust and ashes for hundreds of years. But as the general opinion is that Moses wrote these books, I have entitled this lecture The Mistakes of Moses. For the sake of this lecture, we will admit that he wrote it. Nearly every maker of religion has commenced by making the world. And it is one of the safest things to do, because no one can contradict as having been present, and it gives free scope to the imagination. These books, in times when there was a vast difference between the educated and the ignorant, became inspired, and people bowed down and worshipped them. I saw a little while ago a Bible with immense oaken covers, with hasps and clasps large enough almost for a penitentiary, and I can imagine how that book would be regarded by barbarians in Europe, when not more than 1 person in a dozen could read and write. In imagination I saw it carried into the cathedral, heard the chant of the priest, saw the swinging of the censer, and the smoke rising. And when that Bible was put on the altar, I can imagine the barbarians looking at it and wondering what influence that book could have on their lives and future. I do not wonder that they imagined it was inspired. None of them could write a book, and consequently when they saw it they adored it. They were stricken with awe, and rascals took advantage of that awe. Now they say that the book is inspired. I do not care whether it is or not. The question is it true? If it is true, it doesn't need to be inspired. Nothing needs inspiration except a falsehood or a mistake. A fact never went into partnership with a miracle. Truth scorns the assistance of wonders. A fact will fit every other fact in the universe, and that is how you can tell whether it is or not a fact. A lie will not fit anything except a lie made for the express purpose. And finally, someone gets tired of lying, and the last lie will not fit the next fact, and then there is a chance for inspiration. Right then and there, a miracle is needed. The real question is, in the light of science, in the light of the brain and heart of the 19th century, is this book true? The gentleman who wrote it begins by telling us that God made the universe out of nothing. That I cannot conceive. It may be so, but I cannot conceive it. Nothing, in the light of raw material, is to my mind a decided and disastrous failure. I cannot imagine of nothing being made into something any more than I can of something being changed back into nothing. I cannot conceive of force aside from matter, because force, to be force, must be active. And unless there is matter, there is nothing for force to act upon, and consequently it cannot be active. So I simply say I cannot comprehend it. I cannot believe it. I may roast for this, but it is in my honest opinion. The next thing he proceeds to tell us is that God divided the darkness from the light. And right here, let me say, when I speak about God, I simply mean the being described by the Jews. There may be in immensity a being beneath whose wing the universe exists, whose every thought is a glittering star, but I know nothing about him. Not the slightest. And this afternoon I am simply talking about the being described by the Jewish people. When I say God, I mean him. Moses describes God dividing the light from the darkness. I suppose that at that time they must have been mixed. You can readily see how light and darkness can get mixed. They must have been entities. The reason I think so is because in that same book I find that darkness overspread Egypt so thick that it could be felt. And they used to have on exhibition in Rome a bottle of the darkness that once overswept Egypt. The gentleman who wrote this in imagination saw God dividing light from the darkness. I am sure the man who wrote it believed darkness to be an entity, a something, a tangible thing that can be mixed with light. The next thing that he informs us is that God divided the waters above the firmament from those below the firmament. The man who wrote that believed the firmament to be a solid affair, and that is what the gods did. You recollect the gods came down and made love to the daughters of men, and I never blamed them for it. I have never read a description of any heaven I would not leave on the same errand. That is where the gods lived. There is where they kept the water. It was solid. That is the reason the people prayed for rain. They believed that an angel could take a lever, raise a window, and let out the desired quantity. I find in the Psalms that he bowed the heavens and came down. And we read that the children of men built a tower to reach the heavens and climb into the abode of the gods. The man who wrote that believed the firmament to be solid. He knew nothing about the laws of evaporation. He did not know that the sun wooed with amorous kiss the waves of the sea, and that, disappointed, their vaporous sighs changed to tears and fell again as rain. The next thing he tells us is that the grass began to grow, and the branches of the trees laughed into blossom, and the grass ran up the shoulder of the hills, and yet not a solitary ray of light had left the eternal quiver of the sun. Not a blade of grass had ever been touched by a gleam of light, and I do not think that grass will grow to hurt without a gleam of sunshine. I think the man who wrote that simply made a mistake, and is excusable to a certain degree. The next day he made the sun and the moon. The sun to rule the day, and the moon to rule the night. Do you think the man who wrote that knew anything about the size of the sun? I think he thought it was about 3 feet in diameter, because I find in some book that the sun was stopped a whole day to give a general named Joshua time to kill a few more Amalekites. And the moon was stopped also. Now it seems to me that the sun would give light enough without stopping the moon. But as they were in the stopping business, they did it just for devilment. At another time we read, the sun was turned 10 degrees backward to convince Hezekiah that he was not going to die of a boil. How much easier it would have been to cure the boil! The man who wrote that thought the sun was 2 or 3 feet in diameter, and could be stopped and pulled around like the sun and moon in a theater. Do you know that the sun throws out every second of time as much heat as could be generated by burning 11,000 million tons of coal? I don't believe he knew that, or that he knew the motion of the earth. I don't believe he knew that it was turning on its axis at the rate of 1,000 miles an hour, because if he did he would have understood the immensity of heat that would have been generated by stopping the world. It has been calculated by one of the best mathematicians and astronomers that to stop the world would cause as much heat as it would take to burn a lump of solid coal 3 times as big as the globe. And yet we find in that book that the sun was not only stopped, but turned back 10 degrees, simply to convince a gentleman that he was not going to die of a boil. They will say I will be damned if I do not believe that, and I tell them I will if I do. Then he gives us the history of astronomy, and he gives it to us in 5 words. He made the stars also. He came very near forgetting the stars. Do you believe that the man who wrote that knew that there are stars as much larger than this earth as this earth is larger than the apple which Adam and Eve are said to have eaten? Do you believe that he knew that this world is but a speck in the shining, glittering universe of existence? I would gather from that he made the stars after he got the world done. The telescope, in reading the infinite leaves of the heavens, has ascertained that light travels at the rate of 192,000 miles per second, and it would require millions of years to come from some of the stars to this earth. Yet the beams of those stars mingle in our atmosphere, so that if those distant orbs were fashioned when this world began, we must have been whirling in space not 6,000, but many millions of years. Do you believe the man who wrote that, as a history of astronomy, really knew that this world was but a speck compared with millions of sparkling orbs? I do not. He then proceeds to tell us that God made fish and cattle, and that man and women were created male and female. The first account stops at the 2nd verse of the 2nd chapter. You see, the Bible originally was not divided into chapters. The first Bible that was ever divided into chapters in our language was made in the year of grace 1550. The Bible was originally written in the Hebrew language, and the Hebrew language at that time had no vowels in writing. It was written with consonants, and without being divided into chapters or into verses, and there was no system of punctuation whatsoever. After you go home tonight, write an English sentence or 2 with only consonants close together, and you will find that it will take twice as much inspiration to read it as it did to write it. When the Bible was divided into verses and chapters, the divisions were not always correct, and so the division between the first and second chapter of Genesis is not in the right place. The second account of the creation commences at the third verse, and it differs from the first in two essential points. In the first account, man is the last made. In the second, man is made before the beasts. In the first account, man is made male and female. In the second, only a male is made, and there is no intention of making a woman whatever. You will find by reading that second chapter that God tried to palm off on Adam a beast as his helpmeet. Everybody talks about the Bible, and nobody reads it. That is the reason it is so generally believed. I am probably the only man in the United States who has read the Bible through this year. I have wasted that time, but I had a purpose in view. Just read it, and you will find about the 23rd verse that God caused all the animals to walk before Adam in order that he might name them. And the animals came like a menagerie into town, and as Adam looked at all the crawlers, jumpers, and creepers, this God stood by to see what he would call them. After this procession passed, it was pathetically remarked, "Yet was there not found any helpmeet for Adam." Adam didn't see anything that he could fancy, and I am glad he didn't. If he had, there would not have been a free thinker in this world. We should have all died orthodox. And finding Adam was so particular, God had to make him a helpmeet. And having used up the nothing, he was compelled to take part of the man to make the woman with. And he took from the man a rib. How did he get it? And then imagine a God with a bone in his hand and about to start a woman, trying to make up his mind whether to make a blonde or a brunette. Right here, it is only proper that I should warn you of the consequences of laughing at any story in the Bible. When you come to die, your laughing at this story will be a thorn in your pillow. As you look back upon the record of your life, no matter how many men you have wrecked and ruined, and no matter how many women you have deceived and deserted, all that may be forgiven you. But if you recollect that you have laughed at God's book, you will see through the shadows of death the leering looks of fiends and the forked tongues of devils. Let me show you how it will be. For instance, it is the day of judgment. When the man is called up by the recording secretary or whoever does the cross-examining, he says to his soul, "Where are you from?" "I am from the world." "Yes, sir." "What kind of man were you?" "Well, I don't like to talk about myself." "But you have to. What kind of man were you?" "Well, I was a good fellow. I loved my wife. I loved my children. My home was my heaven. My fireside was my paradise. And to sit there and see the lights and shadows falling on the faces of those I love, that to me was a perpetual joy. I never gave one of them a solitary moment of pain. I don't owe $1 in the world, and I left enough to pay my funeral expenses and keep the wolf of want from the door of the house I loved. That is the kind of man I am." "Did you belong to any church?" "I did not. They were too narrow for me. They were always expecting me to be happy simply because somebody else was to be damned." "Well, did you believe that rib story?" "What rib story? You mean that Adam and Eve business?" "No, I did not. To tell you the God's truth, that was a little more than I could swallow." "Deal with him. Next, where are you from?" "I'm from the world, too." "Do you belong to any church?" "Yes, sir, and to the Young Men's Christian Association." "What is your business?" "Cashier in a bank." "Did you ever run off with any money?" "I don't like to tell, sir." "Well, you have to." "Yes, sir, I did." "What kind of a bank did you have?" "A savings bank." "How much did you run off with?" $100,000. "Did you take anything else along with you?" "Yes, sir." "What?" "I took my neighbor's wife." "Did you have a wife and children of your own?" "Yes, sir." "And you deserted them?" "Oh, yes, but such was my confidence in God that I believed He would take care of them." "Have you heard of them since?" "No, sir." Did you believe that rib story? Ah, bless your soul, yes. I believe all of it, sir. I often used to be sorry that there were not harder stories yet in the Bible, so that I could show what my faith could do. You believed it, did you? Yes, with all my heart. Give him a harp. I simply wanted to show you how important it is to believe these stories. Of all the authors in the world, God hates a critic the worst. Having got this woman done, he brought her to the man, and they started housekeeping, and a few minutes afterwards a snake came through a crack in the fence and commenced to talk with her on the subject of fruit. She was not acquainted in the neighborhood, and she did not know whether snakes talked or not, or whether they knew anything about the apples or not. Well, she was misled, and the husband ate some of those apples and laid it all on his wife. And there is where the mistake was made. God ought to have rubbed him out at once. He might have known that no good could come of starting the world with a man like that. They were turned out. Then the trouble commenced, and people got worse and worse. God, you must recollect, was holding the reins of government, but he did nothing for them. He allowed them to live 669 years without knowing their ABC. He never started a school, not even a Sunday school. He didn't even keep his own boys at home. And the world got worse every day, and finally he concluded to drown them. Yet that same God has the impudence to tell me how to raise my own children. What would you think of a neighbor who had just killed his babes giving you his views on domestic economy? God found that he could do nothing with them, and he said, I will drown them all, except a few. And he picked out a fellow by the name of Noah that had been a bachelor for 500 years. If I had to drown anybody, I would have drowned him. I believe that Noah had then been married something like 100 years. God told him to build a boat, and he built one 500 feet long, 80 or 90 feet broad, and 55 feet high, with one door shutting on the outside, and one window 22 inches square. If Noah had any hobby in the world, it was ventilation. Then into this ark he put a certain number of all the animals in the world. Naturalists have ascertained that at that time there were at least 1,100,000 insects necessary to go into the ark, about 40,000 mammalia, 1,600 reptiles, to say nothing of the mastodon, the elephant, and the animalcule, of which thousands live upon a single leaf, and which cannot be seen by the naked eye. Noah had no microscope, and yet he had to pick them out by pairs. You have no idea the trouble that man had. Some say that the flood was not universal, that it was partial. Why then did God say, I will destroy every living thing beneath the heavens? If it was partial, why did Noah save the birds? An ordinary bird, tending strictly to business, can beat a partial flood. Why did he put the birds in there, the eagles, the vultures, the condors, if it was only a partial flood? And how did he get them in there? Were they inspired to go there, or did he drive them up? Did the polar bear leave his home of ice and start for the tropic, inquiring for Noah? Or could the kangaroo come from Australia unless he was inspired, or somebody was behind him? Then there are animals on this hemisphere, not on that. How did he get them across? And there are some animals which would be very unpleasant in an ark, unless the ventilation was very perfect. When he got the animals in the ark, God shut the door, and Noah pulled down the window. And then it began to rain. And it kept on raining until the water went 29 feet over the highest mountain. Chimborazo, then as now, lifted its head above the clouds, and then as now, there sat the condor. And yet the waters rose and rose over every mountain in the world, 29 feet above the highest peaks, covered with snow and ice. How deep were these waters? About 5½ miles. How long did it rain? 40 days. How much did it have to rain a day? About 800 feet. How is that for dampness? No wonder they said the windows of the heavens were open. If I had been there, I would have said the whole side of the house was out. How long were they in this ark? A year and 10 days, floating around with no rudder, no sail, nobody on the outside at all. The window was shut, and there was no door except the one that shut on the outside. Who ran this ark? Who took care of it? Finally, it came down on Mount Ararat, a peak 17,000 feet above the level of the sea, and with about 3,000 feet of snow, and it stopped there simply to give the animals from the tropics a chance. Then Noah opened the window and got a breath of fresh air, and let out all the animals, and then Noah took a drink, and God made a bargain with him that he would not drown us any more. And he put a rainbow in the clouds, and said, "When I see that, I will recollect that I have promised not to drown you." Because if it was not for that, he is apt to drown us at any minute. Now, can anybody believe that that is the origin of the rainbow? Are you not all familiar with the natural causes which bring those beautiful arches before our eyes? Then the people started out again, and they were as bad as before. Here, let me ask why God did not make Noah in the first place. He knew he would have to drown Adam and Eve and all his family. Then another thing, why did he want to drown the animals? What had they done? What crime had they committed? It is very hard to answer these questions. That is, for a man who has only been born once. After a while, they tried to build a tower to get into heaven, and the gods heard about it and said, "Let's go down and see what man is up to." They came and found things a great deal worse than they thought, and thereupon he confounded the language to prevent them succeeding, so that the fellow up above could not shout down mortar or brick to the one below, and they had to give it up. Is it possible that anyone believes that that is the reason why we have the variety of languages in the world? Do you know that language is born of human experience and is a physical science? Do you know that every word has been suggested in some way by the feelings or observations of man, that there are words as tender as the dawn, as serene as the stars, and others as wild as the beasts? Do you know that language is dying and being born continually, that every language has its cemetery and its cradle, its bud and blossom and withered leaf? Man has loved, enjoyed, and suffered, and language is simply the expression he gives those experiences. Then the world began to divide, and the Jewish nation was started. Now I want to say that at one time your ancestors, like mine, were barbarians. If the Jewish people had to write these books now, they would be civilized books, and I do not hold them responsible for what their ancestors did. We find the Jewish people first in Canaan, and there were 70 of them, counting Joseph and his children already in Egypt. They lived 215 years, and they then went down into Egypt and stayed there 215 years. They were 430 years in Canaan and Egypt. How many did they have when they went to Egypt? 70. How many were they at the end of 215 years? 3 millions. That is a good many. We had at the time of the Revolution in this country 3 millions of people. Since that time, there have been 4 doubles until we have 48 millions today. How many would the Jews number at the same ratio in 215 years? Call it 8 doubles and we have 40,000. But instead of 40,000, they had 3 millions. How do I know they had 3 millions? Because they had 600,000 men of war. For every honest voter in the state of Illinois, there will be 5 other people, and there are always more voters than men of war. They must have had, at the lowest possible estimate, 3 millions of people. Is that true? Is there a minister in the city of Chicago that will testify to his own idiocy by claiming that they could have increased to 3 millions by that time? If there is, let him say so. Do not let him talk about the civilizing influence of a lie. When they got into the desert, they took a census to see how many firstborn children there were. They found they had 20,273 firstborn males. It is reasonable to suppose there was about the same number of firstborn girls, or 45,000 firstborn children. There must have been about as many mothers as firstborn children. Dividing 3 millions by 45,000 mothers, you will find that the women in Israel had to have, on the average, 68 children apiece. Some stories are too thin. This is too thick. Now we know that among 3 million people there will be about 300 births a day, and according to the Old Testament, whenever a child was born, the mother had to make a sacrifice, a sin offering for the crime of having been a mother. If there is in this universe anything that is infinitely pure, it is a mother with her child in her arms. Every woman had to have a sacrifice of a couple of pigeons, and the priest had to eat those pigeons in the most holy place. At that time there were at least 300 births a day, and the priests had to cook and eat these pigeons in the most holy place, and at that time there were only 3 priests. 200 birds apiece per day. I look upon them as the champion bird eaters of the world. Then where were these Jews? They were upon the desert of Sinai, and Sahara compared to that is a garden. Imagine an ocean of lava torn by storm and vexed by tempest, suddenly gazed at by a Gorgon and changed to stone. Such was the desert of Sinai. The whole supplies of the world could not maintain 3 millions of people on the desert of Sinai for 40 years. It would cost 100,000 millions of dollars, and would bankrupt Christendom. And yet there they were with flocks and herds, so many that they sacrificed over 150,000 firstborn lambs at one time. It would require millions of acres to support these flocks, and yet there was no blade of grass, and there is no account of it raining baled hay. They sacrificed 150,000 lambs, and the blood had all to be sprinkled on the altar within 2 hours, and there were only 3 priests. They would have to sprinkle the blood of 1,250 lambs per minute. Then all the people gathered in front of the tabernacle 18 feet deep. 3 millions of people would make a column 6 miles long. Some reverend gentlemen say they were 90 feet deep. Well, that would make a column of over a mile. Where were these people going? They were going to the Holy Land. How large was it? 12,000 square miles, 1/5 the size of Illinois. A frightful country covered with rocks and desolation. There never was a land agent in the city of Chicago that would not have blushed with shame to have described that land as flowing with milk and honey. Do you believe that God Almighty ever went into partnership with hornets? Is it necessary unto salvation? God said to the Jews, I will send hornets before you to drive out the Canaanites. How would a hornet know a Canaanite? Is it possible that God inspired the hornets? That he granted letters of marque and reprisal to hornets? I am willing to admit that nothing in the world would be better calculated to make a man leave his native country than a few hornets attending strictly to business. God said, kill the Canaanites slowly. Why? Lest the beast of the field increase upon you. How many Jews were there? 3 millions. Going to a country, how large? 12,000 square miles. But were there nations already in this Holy Land? Yes, there were 7 nations mightier than the Jews. Say there would be 21 millions when they got there, or 24 millions with themselves. Yet they were told to kill them slowly, lest the beasts of the field increase upon them. Is there a man in Chicago that believes that? Then what does he teach it to little children for? Let him tell the truth. So the same God went into partnership with snakes. The children of Israel lived on manna. One account says all the time, and another only a little while. That is the reason there is a chance for commentaries, and you can exercise faith. If the book was reasonable, everybody could get to heaven in a moment. But whenever it looks as if it could not be that way, and you believe, you are almost a saint. And when you know it is not that way and believe, you are a saint. He fed them on manna. Now, manna is very peculiar stuff. It would melt in the sun, and yet they used to cook it by seething and baking. I would as soon think of frying snow and boiling icicles. But this manna had other peculiar qualities. It shrank to an omer, no matter how much they gathered, and swelled up to an omer, no matter how little they gathered. What a magnificent thing manna would be for the currency, shrinking and swelling according to the volume of business. There was not a change in the bill of fare for 40 years, and they knew that God could just as well give them 3 square meals a day. They remembered about the cucumbers and the melons and the leeks and the onions in Egypt, and they said, "Our souls abhorreth this light bread." Then this God got mad. You know cooks are always touchy. And thereupon he sent snakes to bite the men, women, and children. He also sent them quails in wrath and anger, and while they had the flesh between their teeth, he struck thousands of them dead. He always acted in that way, all of a sudden. People had no chance to explain, no chance to move for a new trial. Nothing. I want to know if it is reasonable he should kill people for asking for one change of diet in 40 years. Suppose you had been boarding with an old lady for 40 years, and she never had a solitary thing on her table but hash. And one morning you said, "My soul abhorreth hash." What would you say if she let a basketful of rattlesnakes upon you? Now, is it possible for people to believe this? The Bible says their clothes did not wax old, they did not get shiny at the knees or elbows, and their shoes did not wear out. They grew right along with them. The little boy starting out with his first pants grew up, and his pants grew with him. Some commentators have insisted that angels attended to their wardrobes. I never could believe it. Just think of one angel hunting another and saying, "There goes another button." I cannot believe it. There must be a mistake somewhere or somehow. Do you believe the real God, if there is one, ever killed a man for making hair oil? And yet you find in the Pentateuch that God gave Moses a recipe for making hair oil to grease Aaron's beard, and said if anybody made the same hair oil, he should be killed. And he gave him a formula for making ointment. And he said if anybody made ointment like that, he should be killed. I think that is carrying patent laws to excess. There must be some mistake about it. I cannot imagine the infinite creator of all the shining worlds giving a recipe for hair oil. Do you believe that the real God came down to Mount Sinai with a lot of patterns for making a tabernacle, patterns for tongs, for snuffers, and such things? Do you believe that God came down on that mountain and told Moses how to cut a coat and how it should be trimmed? What would an infinite God care on which side he cut the breast, what color the fringe is, or how the buttons were placed? Do you believe God told Moses to make curtains of fine linen? Where did they get their flax in the desert? How did they weave it? Did he tell him to make things of gold, silver, and precious stones when they hadn't them? Is it possible that God told them not to eat any fruit until after the 4th year of planting the trees? You see, all these things were written hundreds of years afterwards, and the priests, in order to collect the tithes, dated the laws back. They did not say, "This is our law," but "Thus said God to Moses in the wilderness." Now, can you believe that? Imagine a scene. The eternal God tells Moses, "Here is the way I want you to consecrate my priests. Catch a sheep and cut his throat." I never could understand why God wanted a sheep killed just because a man had done a mean trick. Perhaps it was because his priests were fond of mutton. He tells Moses further to take some of the blood and put it on his right thumb, a little on his right ear, and a little on his right big toe. Do you believe God ever gave such instructions for the consecration of his priests? If you should see the South Sea Islanders going through such a performance, you could not keep your face straight. And will you tell me that it had to be done in order to consecrate a man to the service of the infinite God? Supposing the blood got on the left toe? Then we find in this book how God went to work to make the Egyptians let the Israelites go. Suppose we wish to make a treaty with the Mikado of Japan, and Mr. Hayes sent a commissioner there, and suppose he should employ Hermann, the wonderful German, to go along with him. And when they came in the presence of the Mikado, Hermann threw down an umbrella which changed into a turtle, and the commissioner said, "This is my certificate." You would say the country is disgraced. You would say the president of a republic like this disgraces himself with jugglery. Yet we are told God sent Moses and Aaron before Pharaoh, and when they got there, Moses threw down a stick which turned into a snake. That God is a juggler. He is the infinite prestidigitator. Is that possible? Was that really a snake, or was it the appearance of a snake? If it was the appearance of a snake, it was a fraud. Then the necromancers of Egypt were sent for, and they threw down sticks which turned into snakes, but those were not so large as Moses' snakes, which swallowed them. I maintain that it is just as hard to make small snakes as it is to make large ones. The only difference is that to make large snakes, either larger sticks or more practice is required. Do you believe that God rained hail on innocent cattle, killing them in the highways and in the field? Why should he inflict punishment on cattle for something their owners had done? I could never have any respect for a God that would so inflict pain upon a brute beast simply on account of the crime of its owner. Is it possible that God worked miracles to convince Pharaoh that slavery was wrong? Why did he not tell Pharaoh that any nation founded on slavery could not stand? Why did he not tell him, "Your government is founded on slavery, and it will go down, and the sands of the desert will hide from the view of man your temples, your altars, and your fanes"? Why did he not speak about the infamy of slavery? Because he believed in the infamy of slavery himself. Can we believe that God will allow a man to give his wife the right of divorcement and make the mother of his children a wanderer and a vagrant? There is not one word about woman in the Old Testament except the word of shame and humiliation. The God of the Bible does not think woman is as good as man. She never was worth mentioning. It did not take the pains to recount the death of the mother of us all. I have no respect for any book that does not treat woman as the equal of man. And if there is any God in this universe who thinks more of me than he thinks of my wife, he is not well acquainted with both of us. And yet they say that that was done on account of the hardness of their hearts, and that was done in a community where the law was so fierce that it stoned a man to death for picking up sticks on Sunday. Would it not have been better to stone to death every man who abused his wife and allowed them to pick up sticks on account of the hardness of their hearts? If God wanted to take those Jews from Egypt to the land of Canaan, why didn't he do it instantly? If he was going to do a miracle, why didn't he do one worth talking about? After God had killed all the firstborn in Egypt, after he had killed all the cattle, Still, Egypt could raise an army that could put to flight 600,000 men, and because this God overwhelmed the Egyptian army, he bragged about it for 1,000 years, repeatedly calling the attention of the Jews to the fact that he overthrew Pharaoh and his hosts. Did he help much with their 600,000 men? We find by the records of the day that the Egyptian standing army at the time was never more than 100,000 men. Must we believe all these stories in order to get to heaven when we die? Must we judge of a man's character by the number of stories he believes? Are we to get to heaven by creed or by deed? That is the question. Shall we reason or shall we simply believe? Ah, but they say the Bible is not inspired about those little things. The Bible says the rabbit and the hare chew the cud. But they do not. They have a tremulous motion of the lip, but that being that made them says they chew the cud. The Bible, therefore, is not inspired in natural history. Is it inspired in its astrology? No. Well, what is it inspired in? In its law? Thousands of people say that if it had not been for the 10 Commandments, we would not have known any better than to rob or steal. Suppose a man planted an acre of potatoes, hoed them all summer, and dug them in the fall. And suppose a man had sat upon the fence all the time and watched him. Do you believe it would be necessary for that man to read the 10 Commandments to find out who, in his judgment, had a right to take those potatoes? All laws against larceny had been made by industry to protect the fruits of its labor. Why is there a law against murder? Simply because a large majority of people object to being murdered. That is all. And all these laws were in force thousands of years before that time. One of the commandments said they should not make any graven images, and that was the death of art in Palestine. No sculptor has ever enriched stone with the divine forms of beauty in that country. And any commandment that is the death of art is not a good commandment. But they say the Bible is morally inspired, and they tell me there is no civilization without this Bible. Then God knows that just as well as you do. God always knew it. And if you can't civilize a nation without a Bible, why didn't God give every nation just one Bible to start with? Why did God allow hundreds of thousands and billions of billions to go down to hell just for the lack of a Bible? They say that it is morally inspired. Well, let us examine it. I want to be fair about this thing because I am willing to stake my salvation or damnation upon this question: whether the Bible is true or not. I say it is not, and upon that I am willing to wager my soul. Is there a woman here who believes in the institution of polygamy? Is there a man here who believes in that infamy? You say, no, we do not. Then you are better than your God was 4,000 years ago. 4,000 years ago he believed in it, taught it, and upheld it. I pronounce it and denounce it, the infamy of infamies. It robs our language of every sweet and tender word in it. It takes the fireside away forever. It takes the meaning out of the words father, mother, sister, brother, and turns the temple of love into a vile den where crawl the slimy snakes of lust and hatred. I was in Utah a little while ago, and was on the mountain where God used to talk to Brigham Young. He never said anything to me. I said that it was just as reasonable that God in the 19th century should talk to a polygamist in Utah as it was that 4,000 years ago on Mount Sinai he talked to Moses upon that hellish and damnable question. I have no love for any God who believes in polygamy. There is no heaven on this earth save where the one woman loves the one man, and the one man loves the one woman. I guess it is not inspired on the polygamy question. Maybe it is inspired about religious liberty. God said, if anybody differs with you about religion, kill him. He told his peculiar people, if anyone teaches a different religion, kill him. He did not say, try and convince him that he is wrong, but kill him. He did not say, I am in the miracle business and I will convince him, but kill him. He said to every husband, if your wife that you love as you love your own soul says, let us go and worship other gods, then thy hand shall be the first upon her, and she shall be stoned with stones until she dies. Well, now, I hate a God of that kind, and I cannot think of being nearer heaven than to be away from him. A God tells a man to kill his wife simply because she differs with him on religion. If the real God were to tell me to kill my wife, I would not do it. If you had lived in Palestine at that time, and your wife, the mother of your children, had woke up at night and said, I am tired of Jehovah. He is always turning up that board bill. He is always telling about whipping the Egyptians. He is always killing somebody. I am tired of him. Let's worship the sun. The sun has clothed the world in beauty. It has covered the earth with green and flowers. By its divine light I first saw your face. Its light has enabled me to look into the eyes of my beautiful babe. Let us worship the sun, father and mother of light and love and joy. Then what would it be your duty to do? Kill her? Do you believe a real God ever did that? Your hand should be first upon her, and when you took up some ragged rock and hurled it against a white bosom filled with love for you, and saw running away the red current of her sweet life, then you would look up to heaven and receive the congratulations of the infinite fiend whose commandments you had to obey. I guess the Bible was not inspired about religious liberty. Let me ask you right here, suppose as a matter of fact, God gave those laws to the Jews and told them whenever a man preaches a different religion, kill him. And suppose that afterwards the same God took upon himself flesh and came to the world and taught and preached a different religion, and the Jews crucified him, did he not reap exactly what he sowed? Maybe this book is inspired about war. God told the Israelites to overrun that country and kill every man, woman, and child for defending their native land. Kill the old men? Yes. Kill the women? Certainly. And the little dimpled babes in the cradle that smile and coo in the face of murder? Dash out their brains. This is the will of God. Will you tell me that any God ever commanded such infamy? Kill the men and the women and the young men and the babes. What shall we do with the maiden? Give them to the rabble murderers. Do you believe that God ever allowed the roses of love and the violets of modesty that shed their perfume in the heart of a maiden to be trampled beneath the brutal feet of lust? If there is any God, I pray to him to write in the book of eternal remembrance opposite to my name that I denied that lie. Whenever a woman reads a Bible and comes to that passage, she ought to throw the book from her in contempt and scorn. Do you tell me that any decent God would do that? What would the devil have done under the same circumstances? Just think of it. And yet that is the God that we want to get into the Constitution. That is the God we teach our children about, so that they will be sweet and tender, amiable and kind. That monster, that fiend! I guess the Bible is not inspired about religious liberty, nor about war. Then if it is not inspired about these things, maybe it is inspired about slavery. God tells the Jews to buy up the children of the heathen round about, and they should be servants for them. What is a servant? If they struck a servant and he died immediately, punishment was to follow. But if the injured man should linger a while, there was no punishment, because the servant represented their money. Do you believe that it is right that God made one man to work for another and to receive pay in rations? Do you believe God said that a whip on the naked back was the legal tender for labor performed? Is it possible that the real God ever gave such infamous, bloodthirsty laws? What more does he say? When the time of a married slave expired, he could not take his wife and children with him. Then, if the slave did not wish to desert his family, he had his ears pierced with an awl, and became his master's property forever. Do you believe that God ever turned the dimpled cheeks of little children into iron chains to hold a man in slavery? Do you know that a God like that would not make a respectable devil? I want none of his mercy. I want no part and no lot in the heaven of such a God. I will go to perdition, where there is human sympathy. The only voice we have ever had from either of those other worlds came from hell. There was a rich man who prayed his brothers to attend to Lazarus, so that they might not come to this place. That is the only instance, so far as we know, of souls across the river having any sympathy. And I would rather be in hell asking for water than in heaven denying that petition. Well, what is this book inspired about? Where does the inspiration come from? Why was it that so many animals were killed? It was simply to make atonement for man, that is all. They killed something that had not committed a crime, in order that the one who had committed the crime might be acquitted. Based upon that idea is the atonement of the Christian religion. That is the reason I attack this book, because it is the basis of another infamy, viz., that one man can be good for another, or that one man can sin for another. I deny it. You have got to be good for yourself. You have got to sin for yourself. The trouble about the atonement is that it saves the wrong man. For instance, I kill someone, he is a good man, he loves his wife and children and tries to make them happy, but he is not a Christian and goes to hell. Just as soon as I am convicted and cannot get a pardon, I get religion, and I go to heaven. The hand of mercy cannot reach down through the shadows of hell to my victim. There is no atonement for the saint, only for the sinner and the criminal. The atonement saves the wrong man. I have said that I would never make a lecture at all without attacking this doctrine. I did not care what I started out on. I was always going to attack this doctrine. And in my conclusion, I want to draw you a few pictures of the Christian heaven. But before I do that, I want to say the rest I have to say about Moses. I want you to understand that the Bible was never printed until 1488. I want you to know that up to that time it was in manuscript, in possession of those who could change it if they wished. And they did change it, because no two ever agreed. Much of it was in the wastebasket of credulity, in the open mouth of tradition, and in the dull ear of memory. I want you also to know that the Jews themselves never agreed as to what books were inspired, and that there were a lot of books written that were not incorporated in the Old Testament. I want you to know that 2 or 3 years before Christ, the Hebrew manuscript was translated into Greek, and that the original from which the translation was made has never been seen since. Some Latin Bibles were found in Africa, but no two agreed, and then they translated the Septuagint into the languages of Europe, and no two agreed. Henry VIII took a little time between murdering his wives to see that the Word of God was translated correctly. You must recollect that we are indebted to murderers for our Bibles and our creeds. Constantine, who helped on the good work at its early stage, murdered his wife and child, mingling their blood with the blood of the Savior. The Bible that Henry VIII got up did not suit, and then his daughter, the murderess of Mary, Queen of Scots, got up another edition, which also did not suit, and finally that philosophical idiot, King James, prepared the edition which we now have. There are at least 100,000 errors in the Old Testament, but everybody sees that it is not enough to invalidate its claim to infallibility. But these errors are gradually being fixed, and hereafter the prophet will be fed by Arabs instead of ravens, and Samson's 300 foxes will be 300 sheaves already bound, which were fired and thrown into the standing wheat. I want you all to know that there was no contemporaneous literature at the time the Bible was composed, and that the Jews were infinitely ignorant in their day and generation, that they were isolated by bigotry and wickedness from the rest of the world. I want you to know that there are 1,400 millions of people in the world, and that with all the talk and work of the societies, only 120 millions have got Bibles. I want you to understand that not one person in 100 in this world ever read the Bible, and no two ever understood it alike who did read it, and that no one person probably ever understood it aright. I want you to understand that where this Bible has been, man has hated his brother. There have been dungeons, racks, thumbscrews, and the sword. I want you to know that the cross has been in partnership with the sword, and that the religion of Jesus Christ was established by murderers, tyrants, and hypocrites. I want you to know that the church carried the black flag. Then talk about the civilizing influence of this religion. Now I want to give an idea or two in regard to the Christian's heaven. Of all the selfish things in this world, it is one man wanting to get to heaven, caring nothing what becomes of the rest of mankind. If I can only get my little soul in. I have always noticed that the people who have the smallest souls make the most fuss about getting them saved. Here is what we are taught by the church today. We are taught by it that fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, can all be happy in heaven, no matter who may be in hell. That the husband can be happy there with the wife that would have died for him at any moment of his life in hell. But they say we don't believe in fire. What we believe in now is remorse. What will you have remorse for? For the mean things you have done when you are in hell? Will you have any remorse for the mean things you have done when you are in heaven? Or will you be so good then that you won't care how you used to be? Don't you see what an infinitely mean belief that is? I tell you today that no matter in what heaven you may be, no matter in what star you are spending the summer, if you meet another man whom you have wronged, you will drop a little behind in the tune. And no matter in what part of hell you are, and you meet someone whom you have succored, whose nakedness you have clothed, whose famine you have fed, the fire will cool up a little. According to this Christian doctrine, when you are in heaven, you won't care how mean you were once. What must be the social condition of a gentleman in heaven who will admit that he never would have been there if he had not got scared? What must be the social position of an angel who will always admit that if another had not pitied him, he ought to have been damned? Is it a compliment to an infinite God to say that every being he ever made deserved to be damned the minute he got him done, and that he will damn everybody he has not had a chance to make over? Is it possible that somebody else can be good for me, and that this doctrine of the atonement is the only anchor for the human soul? For instance, here is a man 70 years of age, who has been a splendid fellow and lived according to the laws of nature. He has got about him splendid children, whom he has loved and cared for with all his heart. He did not happen to believe in this Bible. He did not believe in the Pentateuch. He did not believe that because some children made fun of a gentleman who was short of hair, God sent 2 bears and tore the little darlings to pieces. He had a tender heart, and he thought about the mothers who would take the pieces, the bloody fragments of the children, and press them to their bosom in a frenzy of grief. He thought about their wails and lamentations, and could not believe that God was such an infinite monster. That was all he thought. But he went to hell. Then there is another man who made a hell on earth for his wife, who had to be taken to the insane asylum. And his children were driven from home, and were wanderers and vagrants in the world. But just between the last sin and the last breath, this fellow got religion, and he never did another thing except to take his medicine. He never did a solitary human being a favor, and he died and went to heaven. Don't you think he would be astonished to see that other man in hell, and say to himself, is it possible that such a splendid character should bear such fruit, and that all my rascality at last has brought me next to God? Or let us put another case. You were once alone in the desert, no provisions, no water, no hope. And just when your life was at its lowest ebb, a man appeared, gave you water and food, and brought you safely out. How you would bless that man! Time rolls on, you die and go to heaven, and one day you see through the black night of hell the friend who saved your life, begging for a drop of water to cool his parched lips. He cries to you, remember what I did in the desert. Give me to drink. How mean, how contemptible you would feel to see his suffering and be unable to relieve him. But this is the Christian heaven. We sit by the fireside and see the flames and the sparks fly up the chimney, everybody happy, and the cold wind and sleet are beating on the window, and out on the doorstep is a mother with a child on her breast freezing. How happy it makes a fireside, that beautiful contrast! And we say, God is good. And there we sit, and she sits and moans, not one night, but forever. Or we are sitting at the table with our wives and children, everybody eating, happy and delighted, and famine comes and pushes out its shriveled palms, and with hungry eyes implores us for a crust. How that would increase the appetite! And yet that is the Christian heaven. Don't you see that these infamous doctrines petrify the human heart? And I would have everyone who hears me swear that he will never contribute another dollar to build another church in which is taught such infamous lies. I want every one of you to say that you never will, directly or indirectly, give a dollar to any man to preach that falsehood. It has done harm enough. It has covered the world with blood. It has filled the asylums for the insane. It has cast a shadow in the heart, in the sunlight of every good and tender man and woman. I say, let us rid the heavens of this monster, and write upon the dome liberty, love, and law. No matter what may come to me, or what may come to you, let us do exactly what we believe to be right, and let us give the exact thought in our brains. Rather than have this Christianity true, I would rather all the gods would destroy themselves this morning. I would rather the whole universe would go to nothing, if such a thing were possible, this instant. Rather than have the glittering dome of pleasure reared on the eternal abyss of pain, I would see the utter and eternal destruction of this universe. I would rather see the shining fabric of our universe crumble to unmeaning chaos and take itself where oblivion broods and memory forgets. I would rather the blind Samson of some imprisoned force, released by thoughtless chance, should so rack and strain this world that man, in stress and strain, in astonishment and fear, should suddenly fall back to savagery and barbarity. I would rather that this thrilled and thrilling globe, shorn of all life, should in its cycles rub the wheel, the parent star, on which the light should fall as fruitlessly as falls the gaze of love on death, than to have this infamous doctrine of eternal punishment true, rather than have this infamous selfishness of a heaven for a few, and a hell for the many, established as the Word of God. One world at a time is my doctrine. Let us make someone happy here. Happiness is the interest that a decent action draws, and the more decent actions you do, the larger your income will be. Let every man try to make his wife happy, his children happy. Let every man try to make every day a joy, and God cannot afford to damn such a man. I cannot help God. I cannot injure God. I can help people. I can injure people. Consequently, humanity is the only real religion. I cannot better close this lecture than by quoting 4 lines from Robert Burns. To make a happy fireside climb to weans and wife, that's the true pathos and sublime of human life. End Ingersoll's lecture on the mistakes of Moses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Ingersoll's lecture on the mistakes of Moses is part of the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, during July 2000. Ingersoll's lecture on skulls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ingersoll's lecture on skulls is part of the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll. Ladies and gentlemen, man advances just in the proportion that he mingles his thoughts with his labor, just in the proportion that he takes advantage of the forces of nature, just in proportion as he loses superstition and gains confidence in himself. Man advances as he ceases to fear the gods and learns to love his fellow men. It is all, in my judgment, a question of intellectual development. Tell me the religion of any man, and I will tell you the degree he marks on the intellectual thermometer of the world. It is a simple question of the brain. Those among us who are the nearest barbarism have a barbarian religion. Those who are nearest civilization have the least superstition. It is, I say, a simple question of brain. And I want, in the first place, to lay the foundation to prove that assertion. A little while ago I saw models of nearly everything that man has made. I saw models of all the watercraft, from the rude dugout in which floated a naked savage, one of our ancestors, a naked savage with teeth twice as long as his forehead was high, with a spoonful of brains in the back of his orthodox head. I saw models of all the watercraft of the world, from that dugout to a man of war that carries 100 guns and miles of canvas. From that dugout to the steamship that turns its brave prow from the port of New York with a compass like a conscience, crossing 3,000 miles of billows without missing a throb or beat of its mighty iron heart from shore to shore. And I saw at the same time the paintings of the world, from the rude daub of yellow mud to the landscapes that enrich palaces and adorn houses of what were once called the common people. I saw also their sculpture, from the rude god with 4 legs, a half-dozen arms, several noses, and 2 or 3 rows of ears, and 1 little contemptible brainless head, up to the figures of today, to the marbles that genius has clad in such a personality that it seems almost impudent to touch them without an introduction. I saw their books, books written upon the skins of wild beasts, upon shoulder blades of sheep, books written upon leaves, upon bark, up to the splendid volumes that enrich the libraries of our day. When I speak of libraries, I think of the remark of Plato, "A house that has a library in it has a soul." I saw at the same time the offensive weapons that man has made, from a club, such as was grasped by that same savage when he crawled from his den in the ground and hunted a snake for his dinner, from that club to the boomerang, to the sword, to the crossbow, to the blunderbuss, to the flintlock, to the caplock, to the needle gun, up to a cannon cast by Krupp, capable of hurling a ball weighing 2,000 pounds through 18 inches of solid steel. I saw, too, the armor, from the shell of a turtle that one of our brave ancestors lashed upon his breast when he went to fight for his country, the skin of a porcupine dried with the quills on, which this same savage pulled over his orthodox head, up to the shirts of mail that were worn in the Middle Ages, that laughed at the edge of the sword and defied the point of the spear, up to a monitor clad in complete steel. And I say orthodox not only in the matter of religion, but in everything. Whoever has quit growing, he is orthodox, whether in art, politics, religion, philosophy, no matter what. Whoever thinks he has found it all out, he is orthodox. Orthodoxy is that which rots, and heresy is that which grows forever. Orthodoxy is the night of the past, full of the darkness of superstition, and heresy is the eternal coming day, the light of which strikes the foreheads of the grand pioneers of the world. I saw their implements of agriculture, from the plow made of a crooked stick attached to the horn of an ox by some twisted straw with which our ancestors scraped the earth, and from that to the agricultural implements of this generation that make it possible for a man to cultivate the soil without being an ignoramus. In the old time there was but one crop, and when the rain did not come in answer to the prayer of hypocrites, a famine came, and people fell upon their knees. At that time they were full of superstition. They were frightened all the time, for fear that some god would be enraged at his poor, hapless, feeble, and starving children. But now, instead of depending upon one crop, they have several, and if there is not rain enough for one, there may be enough for another. And if the frosts kill all, we have railroads and steamship, enough to bring what we need from some other part of the world. Since man has found out something about agriculture, the gods have retired from the business of producing famines. I saw at the same time their musical instruments, from the tom-tom, that is, a hoop with a couple of strings of rawhide drawn across it, from that tom-tom up to the instruments we have today that make the common air blossom with melody. And I said to myself, there is a regular advancement. I saw at the same time a row of human skulls, from the lowest skull that has been found, the Neanderthal skull, skulls from Central Africa, skulls from the Bushmen of Australia, skulls from the farthest isles of the Pacific Sea, up to the best skulls of the last generation. And I noticed that there was the same difference between those skulls that there was between the products of those skulls. And I said to myself, after all, it is a simple question of intellectual development. There was the same difference between those skulls, the lowest and highest skulls, that there was between the dugout and the man of war and the steamship, between the club and the Krupp gun, between the yellow daub and the landscape, between the tom-tom and an opera by Verdi. The first and lowest skull in this row was the den in which crawled the base and meaner instincts of mankind, and the last was a temple in which dwelt joy, liberty, and love. And I said to myself, it is all a question of intellectual development. Man has advanced just as he has mingled his thought with his labor. As he has grown, he has taken advantage of the forces of nature, first of the moving wind, then of the falling water, and finally of steam. From one step to another, he has obtained better houses, better clothes, and better books, and he has done it by holding out every incentive to the ingenious to produce them. The world has said, "Give us better clubs and guns and cannons with which to kill our fellow Christians. And whoever will give us better weapons and better music and better houses to live in, we will robe him in wealth, crown him in honor, and render his name deathless." Every incentive was held out to every human being to improve these things, and that is the reason we have advanced in all mechanical arts. But that gentleman in the dugout not only had his ideas about politics, mechanics, and agriculture, he had his ideas also about religion. His ideas about politics was might makes right. It will be thousands of years, maybe, before mankind will believe in the saying that right makes might. He had his religion. That low skull was a devil factory. He believed in hell, and the belief was a consolation to him. He could see the waves of God's wrath dashing against the rocks of dark damnation. He could see tossing in the white caps the faces of women, and stretching above the crests the dimpled hands of children, and he regarded these things as the justice and mercy of God. And all today who believe in this eternal punishment are the barbarians of the 19th century. That man believed in a devil that had a long tail terminating with a fiery dart, that had wings like a bat, a devil that had a cheerful habit of breathing brimstone, that had a cloven foot, such as some orthodox clergymen seem to think I have. And there has not been a patentable improvement made upon that devil in all the years since. The moment you drive the devil out of theology, there is nothing left worth speaking of. The moment they drop the devil, away goes atonement. The moment they kill the devil, their whole scheme of salvation has lost all of its interest for mankind. You must keep the devil, and you must keep hell. You must keep the devil because with no devil, no priest is necessary. Now, all I ask is this, the same privilege to improve upon his religion as upon his dugout. And that is what I am going to do, the best I can. No matter what church you belong to or what church belongs to us. Let us be honor, bright, and fair. I want to ask you, suppose the king, if there was one, and the priest, if there was one at that time, had told these gentlemen in the dugout, that dugout is the best boat that can be built by man. The pattern of that came from on high, from the great God of storm and flood, and any man who says he can improve it by putting a stick in the middle of it and a rag on the stick is an infidel and shall be burned at the stake. What, in your judgment, honor bright, would have been the effect upon the circumnavigation of the globe? Suppose the king, if there was one, and the priest, if there was one, and I presume there was a priest, because it was a very ignorant age. Suppose the king and priest had said, the tom-tom is the most beautiful instrument of music of which any man can conceive. That is the kind of music they have in heaven. An angel sitting upon the edge of a glorified cloud, golden in the setting sun, playing upon that tom-tom, became so enraptured, so entranced with her own music, that in a kind of ecstasy she dropped it. And that is how we obtained it. And any man who says it can be improved by putting a back and front to it, and 4 strings and a bridge, and getting a bow of hair with rosin, is a blaspheming wretch, and shall die the death. I ask you, what effect would that have had upon music? If that course had been pursued, would the human ears, in your judgment, ever have been enriched with the divine symphonies of Beethoven? Suppose the king, if there was one, and the priest had said, "That crooked stick is the best plow that can be invented. The pattern of that plow was given to a pious farmer in an exceedingly holy dream, and that twisted straw is the ne plus ultra of all twisted things, and any man who says he can make an improvement upon that plow is an atheist." What, in your judgment, would have been the effect upon the science of agriculture? Now, all I ask is the same privilege to improve upon his religion as upon his mechanical arts. Why don't we go back to that period to get the telegraph? Because they were barbarians. And shall we go to barbarians to get our religion? What is religion? Religion simply embraces the duty of man to man. Religion is simply the science of human duty and the duty of man to man. That is what it is. It is the highest science of all, and all other sciences are as nothing except as they contribute to the happiness of man. The science of religion is the highest of all, embracing all others. And shall we go to the barbarians to learn the science of sciences? The 19th century knows more about religion than all the centuries dead. There is more real charity in the world today than ever before. There is more thought today than ever before. Woman is glorified today as she never was before in the history of the world. There are more happy families now than ever before, more children treated as though they were tender blossoms than as though they were brutes than in any other time or nation. Religion is simply the duty a man owes to man, and when you fall upon your knees and pray for something you know not of, you neither benefit the one you pray for nor yourself. 1 ounce of restitution is worth 1,000,000 of repentances anywhere, and a man will get along faster by helping himself a minute than by praying 10 years for somebody to help him. Suppose you were coming along the street and found a party of men and women on their knees praying to a bank, and you asked them, "Have any of you borrowed any money of this bank?" "No, but our fathers, they too prayed to this bank." "Did they ever get any?" "No, not that we ever heard of." I would tell them to get up. It is easier to earn it, and it is far more manly. Our fathers in the good old times, and the best that I can say of the good old times is that they are gone. And the best I can say of the good old people that lived in them is that they are gone too. Believed that you made a man think your way by force. Well, you can't do it. There is a splendid something in man that says, I won't be driven. But our fathers thought men could be driven. They tried it in the good old times. I used to read about the manner in which the early Christians made converts. How they impressed upon the world the idea that God loved them. I have read it, but it didn't burn into my soul. I didn't think much about it. I heard so much about being fried forever in hell that it didn't seem so bad to burn a few minutes. I love liberty, and I hate all persecutions in the name of God. I never appreciated the infamies that have been committed in the name of religion until I saw the iron arguments that Christians used. I saw, for instance, the thumb screw, 2 little innocent-looking pieces of iron, armed with some little protuberances on the inner side to keep it from slipping down, and through each end a screw. And when some man had made some trifling remark, for instance, that he never believed that God made a fish swallow a man to keep him from drowning, or something like that, or, for instance, that he didn't believe in baptism, you know, that is very wrong. You can see for yourself the justice of damning a man if his parents happen to baptize him in the wrong way. God cannot afford to break a rule or two to save all the men in the world. I happened to be in the company of some Baptist ministers once. You may wonder how I happened to be in such company as that. And one of them asked me what I thought about baptism. Well, I told them I hadn't thought much about it, that I had never sat up nights on that question. I said, baptism with soap is a good institution. Now, when some man had said some trifling thing like that, they put this thumbscrew on him, and in the name of universal benevolence and for the love of God, man has never persecuted man for the love of man. Man has never persecuted another for the love of charity. It is always for the love of something he calls God. And every man's idea of God is his own idea. If there is an infinite God, and there may be, I don't know, there may be 1,000,000 for all I know. I hope there is more than one. One seems so lonesome. They keep turning this down, and when this was done, most men would say, I will recant. I think I would. There is not much of the martyr about me. I would have told them, now you write it down and I will sign it. You may have one God or 1,000,000, one hell or 1,000,000. You stop that. I am tired. Do you know, sometimes I have thought that all the hypocrites in the world are not worth one drop of honest blood. I am sorry that any good man ever died for religion. I would rather let them advance a little easier. It is too bad to see a good man sacrificed for a lot of wild beasts and cattle. But there is now and then a man who would not swerve the breadth of a hair. There was now and then a sublime heart, willing to die for an intellectual conviction, and had it not been for these men, we would have been wild beasts and savages today. There were some men who would not take it back, and had it not been for a few such brave, heroic souls in every age, we would have been cannibals with pictures of wild beasts tattooed upon our breasts, dancing around some dried snake fetish. And so they turned it down to the last thread of agony, and threw the victim into some dungeon where, in the throbbing silence and darkness, he might suffer the agonies of the fabled damned. This was done in the name of love, in the name of mercy, in the name of the compassionate Christ. And the men that did it are the men that made our Bible for us. I saw, too, at the same time, the collar of torture. Imagine a circle of iron, and on the inside 100 points, almost as sharp as needles. This argument was fastened about the throat of the sufferer. Then he could not walk, nor sit down, nor stir, without the neck being punctured by these points. In a little while the throat would begin to swell, and suffocation would end the agonies of that man. This man, it may be, had committed the crime of saying, with tears upon his cheeks, I do not believe that God, the Father of us all, will damn to eternal perdition any of the children of men. And that was done to convince the world that God so loved the world that he died for us. That was in order that people might hear the glad tidings of great joy to all people. I saw another instrument called the scavenger's daughter. Imagine a pair of shears with handles, not only where they are now, but at the points as well, and just above the pivot that unites the blades, a circle of iron. In the upper handles the hand would be placed, in the lower the feet, and through the iron ring at the center the head of the victim would be forced. And in that position the man would be thrown upon the earth, and the strain upon the muscle would produce such agony that insanity took pity. And this was done to keep people from going to hell, to convince that man that he had made a mistake in his logic. And it was done, too, by Protestants that persecuted to the extent of their power, and that is as much as Catholicism ever did. They would persecute now if they had the power. There is not a man in this vast audience who will say that the church should have temporal power. There is not one of you but what believes in the eternal divorce of church and state. Is it possible that the only people who are fit to go to heaven are the only people not fit to rule mankind? I saw at the same time the rack. This was a box like the bed of a wagon, with a windlass at each end, and ratchets to prevent slipping. Over each windlass went chains, and when some man had, for instance, denied the doctrine of the Trinity, a doctrine it is necessary to believe in order to get to heaven, but thank the Lord you don't have to understand it. This man merely denied that 3 times 1 was 1, or maybe he denied that there was ever any son in the world exactly as old as his father, or that there ever was a boy eternally older than his mother. Then they put that man on the rack. Nobody had ever been persecuted for calling God bad. It has always been for calling him good. When I stand here to say that, if there is a hell, God is a fiend, they say that is very bad. They say I am trying to tear down the institutions of public virtue. But let me tell you one thing, there is no reformation in fear. You can scare a man so that he won't do it sometimes, but I will swear you can't scare him so bad that he won't want to do it. Then they put this man on the rack, and priests began turning these levers, and kept turning until the ankles, the hips, the shoulders, the elbows, the wrists, and all the joints of the victim were dislocated. And he was wet with agony, and standing by was a physician to feel his pulse. What for? To save his life? Yes. In mercy? No. But in order that they might have the pleasure of racking him once more. And this was the Christian spirit. This was done in the name of civilization, in the name of religion, and all these wretches who did it died in peace. There is not an orthodox preacher in the city that has not a respect for every one of them. As, for instance, for John Calvin, who was a murderer, and nothing but a murderer, who would have disgraced an ordinary gallows by being hanged upon it. These men, when they came to die, were not frightened. God did not send any devils into their death rooms to make mouths at them. He reserved them for Voltaire, who brought religious liberty to France. He reserved them for Thomas Paine, who did more for liberty than all the churches. But all the inquisitors died with the white hands of peace folded over the breast of piety, and when they died, the room was filled with the rustle of the wings of angels, waiting to bear the wretches to heaven. When I read these frightful books, it seems to me sometimes as though I had suffered all these things myself. It seems sometimes as though I had stood upon the shore of exile, and gazed with tearful eyes toward home and native land. It seems to me as though I had been staked out upon the sands of the sea, and drowned by the inexorable advancing tide, as though my nails had been torn from my hands, and into the bleeding quick needles had been thrust, as though my feet had been crushed in iron boots, as though I had been chained in the cell of Inquisition, and listened with dying ears for the coming footsteps of release, as though I had stood upon the scaffold and saw the glittering axe fall upon me, as though I had been upon the rack and had seen bending above me the white faces of hypocrite priests, as though I had been taken from my fireside, from my wife and children, taken to the public square, chained, as though faggots had been piled about me, as though the flames had climbed around my limbs, and scorched my eyes to blindness, and as though my ashes had been scattered to the 4 winds by all the countless hands of fate. And while I so feel, I swear that while I live I will do what little I can to augment the liberties of man, woman, and child. I denounce slavery and superstition everywhere. I believe in liberty and happiness and love and joy in this world. I am amazed that any man ever had the impudence to try and do another man's thinking. I have just as good a right to talk theology as a minister. If they all agreed, I might admit it was a science. But as all disagree, and the more they study, the wider they get apart, I may be permitted to suggest it is not a science. When no two will tell you the road to heaven, that is, giving you the same route, and if you would inquire of them all, you would just give up trying to go there, and say, I may as well stay where I am, and let the Lord come to me. Do you know that this world has not been fit for a lady and gentleman to live in for 25 years, just on account of slavery? It was not until the year 1808 that Great Britain abolished the slave trade, and up to that time her judges, her priests occupying her pulpits, the members of the royal family, owned stock in slave ships, and luxuriated upon the profits of piracy and murder. It was not until the same year that the United States abolished the slave trade between this and other countries, but carefully preserved it as between the states. It was not until the 28th day of August, 1833, that Great Britain abolished human slavery in her colonies, and it was not until the 1st day of January, 1863, that Abraham Lincoln, sustained by the sublime and heroic North, rendered our flag pure as the sky in which it floats. Abraham Lincoln was, in my judgment, in many respects, the grandest man ever president of the United States. Upon his monument these words should be written: Here sleeps the only man in the history of the world who, having been clothed with almost absolute power, never abused it, except upon the side of mercy. For 200 years the Christians of the United States deliberately turned the cross of Christ into a whipping post. Christians bred hounds to catch other Christians. Let me show you what the Bible has done for mankind. Servants, be obedient to your masters. The only word coming from that sweet heaven was, servants, obey your masters. Frederick Douglass told me that he had lectured upon the subject of freedom 20 years before he was permitted to set his foot in a church. I tell you, the world has not been fit to live in for 25 years. Then all the people used to cringe and crawl to preachers. Mr. Buckle, in his History of Civilization, shows that men were even struck dead for speaking impolitely to a priest. God would not stand it. See how they used to crawl before cardinals, bishops, and popes. It is not so now. Before wealth they bowed to the very earth, and in the presence of titles they became abject. All this is slowly but surely changing. We no longer bow to men simply because they are rich. Our fathers worshiped the golden calf. The worst you can say of an American now is he worships the gold of the calf. Even the calf is beginning to see this distinction. The time will come when no matter how much money a man has, he will not be respected unless he is using it for the benefit of his fellow men. It will soon be here. It no longer satisfies the ambition of a great man to be king or emperor. The last Napoleon was not satisfied with being the emperor of the French. He was not satisfied with having a circlet of gold about his head. He wanted some evidence that he had something of value within his head. So he wrote the life of Julius Caesar that he might become a member of the French Academy. The emperors, the kings, the popes no longer tower above their fellows. Compare, for instance, King William and Helmholtz. The king is one of the anointed by the Most High, as they claim, one upon whose head has been poured the divine petroleum of authority. Compare this king with Helmholtz, who towers an intellectual colossus above the crowned mediocrity. Compare George Eliot with Queen Victoria. The queen is clothed in garments given her by blind fortune and unreasoning chance, while George Eliot wears robes of glory woven in the loom of her own genius. And so it is the world over. The time is coming when a man will be rated at his real worth, and that by his brain and heart. We care nothing now about an officer unless he fills his place. No matter if he is president, if he rattles in the place, nobody cares anything about him. I might give you an instance in point, but I won't. The world is getting better and grander and nobler every day. End of part 1 of Ingersoll's lecture on skulls. This lecture will conclude on the next file. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Ingersoll's lecture on skulls from the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, during July 2007. Ingersoll's lecture on skulls, part 2 of 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Now, if men have been slaves, if they have crawled in the dust before one another, what shall I say of women? They have been the slaves of men. It took thousands of ages to bring women from abject slavery up to the divine height of marriage. I believe in marriage. If there is any heaven upon earth, it is in the family by the fireside, and the family is a unit of government. Without the family relation that is tender, pure, and true, civilization is impossible. Ladies, the ornaments you wear upon your persons tonight are but the souvenirs of your mother's bondage. The chains around your neck and the bracelets clasped upon your white arms by the thrilled hand of love have been changed by the wand of civilization from iron to shining, glittering gold. Nearly every civilization in this world accounts for the devilment in it by the crimes of woman. They say woman brought all the trouble into the world. I don't care if she did. I would rather live in a world full of trouble with the woman I love than to live in heaven with nobody but men. I read in a book an account of the creation of the world. The book, I have taken pains to say, was not written by any god. And why do I say so? Because I can write a far better book myself. Because it is full of barbarism. Several ministers in this city have undertaken to answer me, notably those who don't believe the Bible themselves. I want to ask these men one thing. I want them to be fair. Every minister in the city of Chicago that answers me, and those who have answered me had better answer me again, I want them to say, and without any sort of evasion, without resorting to any pious tricks, I want them to say whether they believe that the eternal God of this universe ever upheld the crime of polygamy. Say it square and fair. Don't begin to talk about that being a peculiar time, and that God was easy on the prejudices of those old fellows. I want them to answer that question, and to answer it squarely, which they haven't done. Did this God, which you pretend to worship, ever sanction the institution of human slavery? Now, answer fair. Don't slide it around. Don't begin and answer what a bad man I am, nor what a good man Moses was. Stick to the text. Do you believe in a God that allowed a man to be sold from his children? Do you worship such an infinite monster? And if you do, tell your congregation whether you are not ashamed to admit it. Let every minister who answers me again tell whether he believes God commanded his general to kill the little dimpled babe in the cradle. Let him answer it. Don't say that those were very bad times. Tell whether he did it or not, and then your people will know whether to hate that God or not. Be honest. Tell them whether that God in war captured young maidens and turned them over to the soldiers, and then ask the wives and sweet girls of your congregation to get down on their knees and worship the infinite fiend that did that thing. Answer! It is your God I am talking about, and if that is what God did, please tell your congregation what, under the same circumstances, the devil would have done. Don't tell your people that is a poem. Don't tell your people that is pictorial. That won't do. Tell your people whether it is true or false. That is what I want you to do. In this book I read about God's making the world and one man. That is all he intended to make. The making of woman was a second thought, though I am willing to admit that as a rule second thoughts are best. This God made a man and put him in a public park. In a little while he noticed that the man got lonesome. Then he found he had made a mistake, and that he would have to make somebody to keep him company. But having used up all the nothing he originally used in making the world and one man, he had to take a part of a man to start a woman with. So he causes sleep to fall on this man. Now understand me, I do not say this story is true. After the sleep had fallen on this man, the Supreme Being took a rib, or as the French would call it, a cutlet, out of him, and from that he made a woman. And I am willing to swear, taking into account the amount and quality of the raw material used, this was the most magnificent job ever accomplished in this world. Well, after he got the woman done, she was brought to the man, not to see how she liked him, but to see how he liked her. He liked her, and they started housekeeping, and they were told of certain things they might do, and of one thing they could not do. And, of course, they did it. I would have done it in 15 minutes, I know it. There wouldn't have been an apple on that tree half an hour from date, and the limbs would have been full of clubs. And then they were turned out of the park, and extra policemen were put on to keep them from getting back. And then the trouble commenced, and we have been at it ever since. Nearly all the religions of this world account for the existence of evil by such a story as that. Well, I read in another book what appeared to be an account of the same transaction. It was written about 4,000 years before the other. All commentators agree that the one that was written last was the original, and the one that was written first was copied from the one that was written last. But I would advise you all not to allow your creed to be disturbed by a little matter of 4,000 or 5,000 years. It is a great deal better to be mistaken in dates than to go to the devil. In this other account, the Supreme Brahma made up his mind to make the world and a man and woman. He made the world, and he made the man and then the woman, and put them on the island of Ceylon. According to the account, it was the most beautiful island of which man can conceive. Such birds, such songs, such flowers, and such verdure. And the branches of the trees were so arranged that when the wind swept through them, every tree was 1,000 Acolian harps. Brahma, when he put them there, said, "Let them have a period of courtship, for it is my desire and will that true love should forever precede marriage." When I read that, it was so much more beautiful and lofty than the other that I said to myself, if either one of these stories ever turns out to be true, I hope it will be this one. Then they had their courtship, with the nightingale singing, and the stars shining, and the flowers blooming, and they fell in love. Imagine that courtship! No prospective fathers or mothers-in-law, no prying and gossiping neighbors, nobody to say, "Young man, how do you expect to support her?" Nothing of that kind. Nothing but the nightingale singing its song of joy and pain as though the thorn already touched its heart. They were married by the Supreme Brahma, and he said to them, "Remain here. You must never leave this island." Well, after a little while, the man, his name was Adami, and the woman's name was Heva, said to Heva, "I believe I'll look about a little." He wanted to go west. He went to the western extremity of the island, where there was a little narrow neck of land connecting it with the mainland, and the devil, who was always playing pranks with us, produced a mirage, And when he looked over to the mainland, such hills and vales, such dells and dales, such mountains crowned with snow, such cataracts clad in bows of glory, did he see there, that he went back and told Heva, the country over there is 1,000 times better than this. Let us migrate. She, like every other woman that ever lived, said, let well enough alone. We have all we want. Let us stay here. But he said, no, let us go. So she followed him, and when they came to this narrow neck of land, he took her on his back like a gentleman, and carried her over. But the moment they got over, they heard a crash, and looking back, discovered that this narrow neck of land had fallen into the sea. The mirage had disappeared, and there was naught but rocks and sand. And the Supreme Brahma cursed them both to the lowest hell. Then it was that the man spoke, and I have liked him ever since for it. Curse me, but curse not her. It was not her fault, it was mine. That's the kind of man to start a world with. The Supreme Brahma said, I will save her, but not thee. And she spoke out of her fullness of love, out of a heart in which there was love enough to make all her daughters rich in holy affection, and said, if thou wilt not spare him, spare neither me. I do not wish to live without him. I love him. Then the Supreme Brahma said, and I have liked him ever since I read it, I will spare you both, and watch over you and your children forever. Honor bright, is that not the better and grander story? And in that same book I find this, man is strength, woman is beauty. Man is courage, woman is love. When the one man loves the one woman, and the one woman loves the one man, the very angels leave heaven and come and sit in that house, and sing for joy. In the same book this, blessed is that man, and beloved of all the gods, who is afraid of no man, and of whom no man is afraid. Magnificent character! A missionary certainly ought to talk to that man. And I find this, never will I accept private, individual salvation, but rather will I stay and work, strive and suffer, until every soul from every star has been brought home to God. Compare that with the Christian that expects to go to heaven while the world is rolling over Niagara to an eternal and unending hell. So I say that religion lays all the crime and troubles of this world at the beautiful feet of woman. And then the church has the impudence to say that it has exalted women. I believe that marriage is a perfect partnership, that woman has every right that man has, and one more, the right to be protected. Above all men in the world, I hate a stingy man, a man that will make his wife beg for money. What did you do with that $1 I gave you last week? And what are you going to do with this? It is vile. No gentleman will ever be satisfied with the love of a beggar and a slave. No gentleman will ever be satisfied except with the love of an equal. What kind of children does a man expect to have with a beggar for their mother? A man cannot be so poor but that he can be generous. And if you only have $1 in the world, and you have got to spend it like a lord. Spend it as though it were a dry leaf, and you the owner of unbounded forests. Spend it as though you had a wilderness of your own. That's the way to spend it. I had rather be a beggar and spend my last $1 like a king than be a king and spend my money like a beggar. If it has got to go, let it go. And this is my advice to the poor, for you can never be so poor that whatever you do, you can't do in a grand and manly way. I hate a cross man. What right has a man to assassinate the joy of life? When you go home, you ought to go like a ray of light, so that it will, even in the night, burst out of the doors and windows and illuminate the darkness. Some men think their mighty brains have been in a turmoil. They have been thinking about who will be alderman from the Fifth Ward. They have been thinking about politics. Great and mighty questions have been engaging their minds. They have bought calico at 5 cents or 6 and want to sell it for 7. Think of the intellectual strain that must have been upon that man, and when he gets home everybody else in the house must look out for his comfort. A woman who has only taken care of 5 or 6 children, and 1 or 2 of them sick, has been nursing them and singing to them, and trying to make 1 yard of cloth do the work of 2. She, of course, is fresh and fine and ready to wait upon this gentleman, the head of the family, the boss. I was reading the other day of an apparatus invented for the ejecting of gentlemen who subsist upon free lunches. It is so arranged that when the fellow gets both hands into the victuals, a large hand descends upon him, jams his hat over his eyes, he is seized, turned toward the door, and just in the nick of time an immense boot comes from the other side, kicks him in italics, sends him out over the sidewalk, and lands him rolling in the gutter. I never hear of such a man, a boss, that I don't feel as though that machine ought to be brought into requisition for his benefit. Love is the only thing that will pay 10% of interest on the outlay. Love is the only thing in which the height of extravagance is the last degree of economy. It is the only thing, I tell you. Joy is wealth. Love is the legal tender of the soul. And you need not be rich to be happy. We have all been raised on success in this country, always been talked with about being successful, and have never thought ourselves very rich unless we were the possessors of some magnificent mansion, and unless our names have been between the putrid lips of rumor. We could not be happy. Every little boy is striving to be this and be that. I tell you, the happy man is the successful man. The man that has won the love of one good woman is a successful man. The man that has been the emperor of one good heart, and that heart embraced all his, has been a success. If another has been the emperor of the round world and has never loved and been loved, his life is a failure. It won't do. Let us teach our children the other way, that the happy man is the successful man, and he who is a happy man is the one who always tries to make someone else happy. The man who marries a woman to make her happy, that marries her as much for her own sake as for his own, not the man that thinks his wife is his property, who thinks that the title to her belongs to him, that the woman is the property of the man. Wretches who get mad at their wives and then shoot them down in the street because they think the woman is their property. I tell you, it is not necessary to be rich and great and powerful to be happy. A little while ago I stood by the grave of the old Napoleon, a magnificent tomb of gilt and gold, fit almost for a dead deity, and gazed upon the sarcophagus of black Egyptian marble, where rest at last the ashes of the restless man. I leaned over the balustrade and thought about the career of the greatest soldier of the modern world. I saw him walk upon the banks of the Seine, contemplating suicide. I saw him at Toulon. I saw him putting down the mob in the streets of Paris. I saw him at the head of the army of Italy. I saw him crossing the bridge of Lodi with the tricolor in his hand. I saw him in Egypt in the shadows of the pyramids. I saw him conquer the Alps and mingle the eagles of France with the eagles of the crags. I saw him at Marengo, at Ulm, and Austerlitz. I saw him in Russia, where the infantry of the snow and the cavalry of the wild blast scattered his legions like winter's withered leaves. I saw him at Leipzig, in defeat and disaster, driven by 1,000,000 bayonets back upon Paris, clutched like a wild beast, banished to Elba. I saw him escape and retake an empire by the force of his genius. I saw him upon the frightful field of Waterloo, where chance and fate combined to wreck the fortunes of their former king. And I saw him at St. Helena, with his hands crossed behind him, gazing out upon the sad and solemn sea. I thought of the orphans and widows he had made, of the tears that had been shed for his glory, and of the only woman who ever loved him, pushed from his heart by the cold hand of ambition. And I said I would rather have been a French peasant and worn wooden shoes. I would rather have lived in a hut with a vine growing over the door, and the grapes growing purple in the kisses of the autumn sun. I would rather have been that poor peasant with my loving wife by my side, knitting as the day died out of the sky, with my children upon my knees and their arms about me. I would rather have been that man, and gone down to the tongueless silence of the dreamless dust, than to have been that imperial impersonation of force and murder known as Napoleon the Great. It is not necessary to be rich in order to be happy. It is only necessary to be in love. Thousands of men go to college and get a certificate that they have an education, and that certificate is in Latin, and they stop studying, and in 2 years, to save their life, they couldn't read the certificate they got. It is mostly so in marrying. They stop courting when they get married. They think, we have won her, and that is enough. Ah, the difference before and after. How well they look, how bright their eyes, how light their steps, and how full they were of generosity and laughter. I tell you, a man should consider himself in good luck if a woman loves him when he is doing his level best. Good luck! Good luck! And another thing that is a cause of much trouble is that people don't count fairly. They do what they call putting their best foot forward. That means lying a little. I say, put your worst foot forward. If you have got any faults, admit them. If you drink, say so, and quit it. If you chew and smoke and swear, say so. If some of your kindred are not very good people, say so. If you have had 2 or 3 that died on the gallows, or that ought to have died there, say so. Tell all your faults, and if after she knows your faults, she says she will have you, you have got the dead wood on that woman forever. I claim that there should be perfect equality in the home, and I cannot think of anything nearer heaven than a home where there is true republicanism and true democracy at the fireside. All are equal. And then, do you know, I like to think that love is eternal, that if you really love the woman, for her sake, you will love her no matter what she may do, that if she really loves you for your sake, the same, that love does not look at alterations, through the wrinkles of time, through the mask of years. If you really love her, you will always see the face you loved and won. And I like to think of it. If a man loves a woman, she does not ever grow old to him, and the woman who really loves a man does not see that he is growing older. He is not decrepit to her. He is not tremulous. He is not old. He is not bowed. She always sees the same gallant fellow that won her hand and heart. I like to think of it in that way. And as Shakespeare says, let time reach with his sickle as far as ever he can. Although he can reach ruddy cheeks and ripe lips and flashing eyes, he cannot quite reach love. I like to think of it. We will go down the hill of life together, and enter the shadow one with the other, and as we go down we may hear the ripple of the laughter of our grandchildren, and the birds, and spring, and youth, and love will sing once more upon the leafless branches of the tree of age. I love to think of it in that way. Absolute equals, happy and free, all our own. But some people say, would you allow a woman to vote? Yes, if she wants to. That is her business, not mine. If a woman wants to vote, I am too much of a gentleman to say she shall not. But they say woman has not sense enough to vote. It don't take much. But it seems to me there are some questions, as for instance, the question of peace or war, that a woman should be allowed to vote upon. A woman that has sons to be offered on the altar of that Moloch. It seems to me that such a woman should have as much right to vote upon the question of peace and war as some thrice besotted sot that reels to the ballot box and deposits his vote for war. But if women have been slaves, what shall we say of the little children born in the sub-cellars, children of poverty, children of crime, children of wealth, children that are afraid when they hear their names pronounced by the lips of their mother, children that cower in fear when they hear the footsteps of their brutal father, the flotsam and jetsam upon the rude sea of life? My heart goes out to them, one and all. Children have all the rights that we have, and one more, and that is to be protected. Treat your children in that way. Suppose your child tells a lie. Don't pretend that the whole world is going into bankruptcy. Don't pretend that that is the first lie ever told. Tell them, like an honest man, that you have told hundreds of lies yourself, and tell the dear little darling that it is not the best way, that it soils the soul. Think of the man that deals in stocks whipping his children for putting false rumors afloat. Think of an Orthodox minister whipping his own flesh and blood for not telling all it thinks. Think of that. Think of a lawyer for beating his child for avoiding the truth, when the old man makes about half his living that way. A lie is born of weakness on one side and tyranny on the other. That is what it is. Think of a great big man coming at a little bit of a child with a club in his hand. What is the little darling to do? Lie, of course. I think that Mother Nature put that ingenuity into the mind of the child, when attacked by a parent, to throw up a little breastwork in the shape of a lie to defend itself. When a great general wins a battle by what they call strategy, we build monuments to him. What is strategy? Lies. Suppose a man as much larger than we are, as we are larger than a child 5 years of age, should come at us with a liberty pole in his hand, and in tones of thunder want to know, who broke that plate? There isn't one of us, not excepting myself, that wouldn't swear that we had never seen that plate in our lives, or that it was cracked when we got it. Another good way to make children tell the truth is to tell it yourself. Keep your word with your child the same as you would with your banker. If you tell a child you will do anything, either do it or give the child the reason why. Truth is born of confidence. It comes from the lips of love and liberty. I was over in Michigan the other day. There was a boy over there at Grand Rapids, about 5 or 6 years old. A nice, smart boy, as you will see from the remark he made. What you might call a 19th century boy. His father and mother had promised to take him out riding. They had promised to take him out riding for about 3 weeks, and they would slip off and go without him. Well, after a while, that got kind of played out with the little boy, and the day before I was there, they played the trick on him again. They went out and got the carriage and went away, and as they rode away from the front of the house, he happened to be standing there with his nurse, and he saw them. The whole thing flashed on him in a moment. He took in the situation, and turned to his nurse and said, pointing to his father and mother, "There go the two damnedest liars in the state of Michigan. When you go home, fill the house with joy, so that the light of it will stream out the windows and doors, and illuminate even the darkness. It is just as easy that way as any in the world." I want to tell you tonight that you cannot get the robe of hypocrisy on you so thick that the sharp eye of childhood will not see through every veil. And if you pretend to your children that you are the best man that ever lived, the bravest man that ever lived, they will find you out every time. They will not have the same opinion of father when they grow up that they used to have. They will have to be in mighty bad luck if they ever do meaner things than you have done. When your child confesses to you that it has committed a fault, take that child in your arms and let it feel your heart beat against its heart, and raise your children in the sunlight of love, and they will be sunbeams to you along the pathway of life. Abolish the club and the whip from the house, because if the civilized use a whip, the ignorant and the brutal will use a club, and they will use it because you used the whip. Every little while some door is thrown open in some orphan asylum, and there we see the bleeding back of a child whipped beneath the roof that was raised by love. It is infamous, and a man that can't raise a child without the whip ought not to have a child. If there is one of you here that ever expect to whip your child again, let me ask you something. Have your photograph taken at the time, and let it show your face red with vulgar anger, and the face of the little one with eyes swimming in tears, and the little chin dimpled with fear, looking like a piece of water struck by a sudden cold wind. If that little child should die, I cannot think of a sweeter way to spend an autumn afternoon than to take that photograph, and go to the cemetery when the maples are clad in tender gold, and when little scarlet runners are coming from the sad heart of the earth, and sit down upon that mound, and look upon that photograph, and think of the flesh, now dust, that you beat. Just think of it. I could not bear to die in the arms of a child that I had whipped. I could not bear to feel upon my lips, when they were withered beneath the touch of death, the kiss of one that I had struck. Some Christians act as though they really thought that when Christ said, "Suffer little children to come unto me," he had a rawhide under his coat. They act as though they really thought that he made that remark simply to get the children within striking distance. I have known Christians to turn their children from their doors, especially a daughter, and then get down on their knees and pray to God to watch over them and help them. I will never ask God to help my children unless I am doing my level best in that same wretched line. I will tell you what I say to my girls. Go where you will, do what crime you may, fall to what depth of degradation you may, in all the storms and winds and earthquakes of life, no matter what you do, you never can commit any crime that will shut my door, my arms, or my heart to you. As long as I live, you have one sincere friend. Call me an atheist, call me an infidel, because I hate the God of the Jew, which I do. I intend so to live that when I die, my children can come to my grave and truthfully say, "He who sleeps here never gave us one moment of pain." When I was a boy, there was one day in each week too good for a child to be happy in. In these good old times, Sunday commenced when the sun went down on Saturday night, and closed when the sun went down on Sunday night. We commenced Saturday to get a good ready. And when the sun went down Saturday night, there was a gloom deeper than midnight that fell upon the house. You could not crack hickory nuts then, and if you were caught chewing gum, it was only another evidence of the total depravity of the human heart. Well, after a while we got to bed sadly and sorrowfully, after having heard heaven thanked that we were not all in hell, And I sometimes used to wonder how the mercy of God lasted as long as it did, because I recollected that on several occasions I had not been at school when I was supposed to be there. Why I was not burned to a crisp was a mystery to me. The next morning we got ready for church, all solemn, and when we got there the minister was up in the pulpit about 20 feet high, and he commenced at Genesis about the fall of man, and he went on to about 23rdly. Then he struck the second application, and when he struck the application I knew he was about halfway through. And then he went on to show the scheme of how the Lord was satisfied by punishing the wrong man. Nobody but a God would have thought of that ingenious way. Well, when he got through that, then came the catechism, the chief end of man. Then my turn came, and we sat along on a little bench where our feet came within about 15 inches of the floor, and the dear old minister used to ask us, "Boys, do you know that you ought to be in hell?" And we answered up as cheerfully as could be expected under the circumstances, "Yes, sir." "Well, boys, do you know that you would go to hell if you died in your sins?" And we said, "Yes, sir." And then came the great test. "Boys," I can't get the tone, you know, and you know that is how the preachers get the bronchitis. You never heard of an auctioneer getting the bronchitis, nor the second mate on a steamboat, never. What gives it to the minister is talking solemnly when they don't feel that way, and it has the same influence upon the organs of speech that it would have upon the cords of the calves of your legs to walk on your tiptoes. And so I call bronchitis parsonitis. And if the ministers would all tell exactly what they think, they would all get well. But keeping back a part of the truth is what gives them bronchitis. Well, the old man, the dear old minister, used to try and show us how long we would be in hell if we would only locate there. But to finish the other, the grand test question was, "Boys, if it was God's will that you should go to hell, would you be willing to go?" And every little liar said, "Yes, sir." Then, in order to tell how long we would stay there, he used to say, "Suppose once in a billion ages a bird should come from a far distant clime and carry off in its bill one little grain of sand. The time would finally come when the last grain of sand would be carried away. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Boys, by that time it would not be sun-up in hell. Where did the doctrine of hell come from? I will tell you, from that fellow in the dugout. Where did he get it? It was a souvenir from the wild beasts. Yes, I tell you, he got it from the wild beasts. From the glittering eye of the serpent, from the coiling, twisting snakes with their fanged mouths. And it came from the bark, growl, and howl of wild beasts. It was born of a laugh of the hyena, and got it from the depraved chatter of malicious apes. And I despise it with every drop of my blood, and defy it. If there is any God in this universe who will damn his children for an expression of honest thought, I wish to go to hell. I would rather go there than go to heaven and keep the company of a God that would thus damn his children. Oh, it is an infamous doctrine to teach that to little children, to put a shadow in the heart of a child, to fill the insane asylums with that miserable, infamous lie. I see now and then a little girl, a dear little darling, with a face like the light, and eyes of joy, a human blossom, and I think, is it possible that little girl will ever grow up to be a Presbyterian? Is it possible, my goodness, that the flower will finally believe in the 5 points of Calvinism, or in the eternal damnation of man? Is it possible that that little fairy will finally believe that she could be happy in heaven with her baby in hell? Think of it! Think of it! And that is the Christian religion. We cry out against the Indian mother that throws her child into the Ganges to be devoured by the alligator or crocodile. But that is joy in comparison with the Christian mother's hope that she may be in salvation while her brave boy is in hell. I tell you, I want to kick the doctrine about hell. I want to kick it out every time I go by it. I want to get Americans in this country placed so they will be ashamed to preach it. I want to get the congregation so that they won't listen to it. We cannot divide the world off into saints and sinners in that way. There is a little girl, fair as a flower, and she grows up until she is 12, 13, 14 years old. Are you going to damn her in the 15th, 16th, or 17th year, when the arrow from Cupid's bow touches her heart, and she is glorified? Are you going to damn her now? She marries, and loves, and holds in her arms a beautiful child. Are you going to damn her now? When are you going to damn her? Because she has listened to some Methodist minister, and after all that flood of light failed to believe? Are you going to damn her then? I tell you, God cannot afford to damn such a woman. A woman in the state of Indiana 40 or 50 years ago, who carded the wool and made rolls and spun them, and made the cloth and cut out the clothes for the children and nursed them, and sat up with them nights and gave them medicine and held them in her arms and wept over them, cried for joy and wept for fear, and finally raised 10 or 11 good men and women with the ruddy glow of health upon their cheeks. And she would have died for any one of them, any moment of her life, and finally she, bowed with age and bent with care and labor, dies. And at the moment the magical touch of death is upon her face, she looks as though she never had had a care, and her children, burying her, cover her face with tears. Do you tell me God can afford to damn that kind of woman? One such act of injustice would turn heaven itself into hell. If there is any God sitting above him in infinite serenity, we have the figure of justice. Even a God must do justice. Even a God must worship justice, and any form of superstition that destroys justice is infamous. Just think of teaching that doctrine to little children. A little child would go out into the garden, and there would be a little tree laden with blossoms, and a little fellow would lean against it, and there would be a bird on one of the boughs, singing and swinging, and thinking about 4 little speckled eggs, warmed by the breast of its mate, and singing and swinging, and the music in happy waves rippling out of the tiny throat, and the flowers blossoming, the air filled with perfume, and the great white clouds floating in the sky, and the little boy would lean up against the tree and think about hell and the worm that never dies. Oh, the idea there can be any day too good for a child to be happy in. Well, after we got over the catechism, then came the sermon in the afternoon, and it was exactly like the one in the forenoon, except the other end too. Then we started for home, a solemn march. Not a soldier discharged his farewell shot. And when we got home, if we had been really good boys, we used to be taken up to the cemetery to cheer us up. And it always did cheer me, those sunken graves, those leaning stones, those gloomy epitaphs covered with the moss of years, always cheered me. When I looked at them, I said, well, this kind of thing can't last always. Then we came back home, and we had books to read which were very eloquent and amusing. We had Josephus, and the history of the Waldenses, and Fox's Book of Martyrs, Baxter's Saints' Rest, and Jenkin on the Atonement. I used to read Jenkin with a good deal of pleasure, and I often thought that the Atonement would have to be very broad in its provisions to cover the case of a man that would write such a book for boys. Then I would look to see how the sun was getting on, and sometimes I thought it had stuck from pure cussedness. Then I would go back and try Jenkins again. Well, but it had to go down, and when the last rim of light sank below the horizon, off would go our hats, and we would give 3 cheers for liberty once again. I tell you, don't make slaves of your children on Sunday. The idea that there is any God that hates to hear a child laugh. Let your children play games on Sunday. Here is a poor man that hasn't money enough to go to a big church, and he has too much independence to go to a little church that the big church built for charity. He doesn't want to slide into heaven that way. I tell you, don't come to church, but go to the woods and take your family and a lunch with you, and sit down upon the old log, and let the children gather flowers, and hear the leaves whispering poems like memories of long ago. And when the sun is about going down, kissing the summits of far hills, go home with your hearts filled with throbs of joy. There is more recreation and joy in that than going to a dry goods box with a steeple on top of it, and hearing a man tell you that your chances are about 99 to 1 for being eternally damned. Let us make this Sunday a day of splendid pleasure, not to excess, but to everything that makes man purer and grander and nobler. I would like to see now something like this. Instead of so many churches, a vast cathedral that would hold 20 or 30,000 of people, and I would like to see an opera produced in it that would make the souls of men have higher and grander and nobler aims. I would like to see the walls covered with pictures and the niches rich with statuary. I would like to see something put there that you could use in this world now, and I do not believe in sacrificing the present to the future. I do not believe in drinking skimmed milk here with the promise of butter beyond the clouds. Space or time cannot be holy any more than a vacuum can be pious. Not a bit, not a bit. And no day can be so holy but what the laugh of a child will make it holier still. Strike with hand of fire, on weird musician, thy harp, strung with Apollo's golden hair. Fill the vast cathedral aisles with symphonies, sweet and dim, deft toucher of the organ's keys. Blow, bugler, blow until thy silver notes do touch and kiss the moonlit waves, and charm the lovers wandering mid the vine-clad hills. But know your sweetest strains are discords all, compared with childhood's happy laugh. The laugh that fills the eyes with light and every heart with joy. O rippling river of laughter, thou art the blessed boundary line between the beasts and men, and every wayward wave of thine doth drown some fretful fiend of care. O laughter, rose-lipped daughter of joy, there are dimples enough in thy cheeks to catch and hold and glorify all the tears of grief. Don't plant your children in long straight rows like posts. Let them have light and air, and let them grow beautiful as palms. When I was a little boy, children went to bed when they were not sleepy, and always got up when they were. I would like to see that changed, but they say we are too poor, some of us, to do it. Well, all right. It is as easy to wake a child with a kiss as with a blow, with kindness as with curse. And another thing, let the children eat what they want to. Let them commence at whichever end of the dinner they desire. That is my doctrine. They know what they want much better than you do. Nature is a great deal smarter than you ever were. All the advance that has been made in the science of medicine has been made by the recklessness of patience. I can recollect when they wouldn't give a man water in a fever, not a drop. Now and then some fellow would get so thirsty he would say, well, I'll die anyway, so I'll drink it. And thereupon he would drink a gallon of water, and thereupon he would burst into a generous perspiration and get well. And the next morning, when the doctor would come to see him, they would tell him about the man drinking the water, and he would say, how much? Well, he swallowed 2 pitchers full. Is he alive? Yes. So they would go into the room, and the doctor would feel his pulse and ask him, did you drink 2 pitchers of water? Yes. My God, what a constitution you have got. I tell you there is something splendid in man that will not always mind. Why, if we had done as the kings told us 500 years ago, we would all have been slaves. If we had done as the priests told us, we would all have been idiots. If we had done as the doctors told us, we would all have been dead. We have been saved by disobedience. We have been saved by that splendid thing called independence. And I want to see more of it, day after day, and I want to see children raised so they will have it. That is my doctrine. Give the children a chance. Be perfectly honor bright with them, and they will be your friends when you are old. Don't try to teach them something they can never learn. Don't insist upon their pursuing some calling they have no sort of faculty for. Don't make that poor girl play 10 years on a piano when she has no ear for music, and when she has practiced until she can play Bonaparte crossing the Alps, and you can't tell after she has played it whether Bonaparte ever got across or not. Men are oaks, women are vines, children are flowers, and if there is any heaven in this world, it is in the family. It is where the wife loves the husband, and the husband loves the wife, and where the dimpled arms of children are about the necks of both. That is heaven, if there is any, and I do not want any better heaven in another world than that. And if in another world I cannot live with the ones I loved here, then I would rather not be there. I would rather resign. Well, my friends, I have some excuses to make for the race to which I belong. In the first place, this world is not very well adapted to raising good men and good women. It is 3 times better adapted to the cultivation of fish than of people. There is one little narrow belt running zigzag around the world in which men and women of genius can be raised, and that is all. It is with man as it is with vegetation. In the valley you find the oak and elm tossing their branches defiantly to the storm, and as you advance up the mountainside, the hemlock, the pine, the birch, the spruce, the fir, and finally you come to little dwarfed trees that look like other trees seen through a telescope reversed, every limb twisted as through pain, getting a scanty subsistence from the miserly crevices of the rocks. You go on, until at last the highest crag is freckled with a kind of moss, and vegetation ends. You might as well try to raise oaks and elms where the mosses grow, as to raise great men and women where their surroundings are unfavorable. You must have the proper climate and soil. There never has been a man or woman of genius from the southern hemisphere, because the Lord didn't allow the right climate to fall upon the land. It falls upon the water. There never was much civilization except where there has been snow, an ordinarily decent winter. You can't have civilization without it. Where man needs no bedclothes but clouds, revolution is the normal condition of such a people. It is the winter that gives us the home. It is the winter that gives us the fireside, and the family relation, and all the beautiful flowers of love that adorn that relation. Civilization, liberty, justice, charity, and intellectual advancement are all flowers that bloom in the drifted snow. You can't have them anywhere else, and that is the reason we of the North are civilized, and that is the reason that civilization has always been with winter. That is the reason that philosophy has been here, and in spite of all our superstitions, we have advanced beyond some of the other races, because we have had this assistance of nature, that drove us into the family relation, that made us prudent, that made us lay up at one time for another season of the year. So there is one excuse I have for my race. I have got another. I think we came from the lower animals. I am not dead sure of it, but I think so. When I first read about it, I didn't like it. My heart was filled with sympathy for those people who have nothing to be proud of except ancestors. I thought how terrible it will be upon the nobility of the old world. Think of their being forced to trace their ancestry back to the Duke Orangutan or to the Princess Chimpanzee. After thinking it all over, I came to the conclusion that I liked that doctrine. I became convinced in spite of myself. I read about rudimentary bone and muscles. I was told that everybody had rudimentary muscles extending from the ear into the cheek. I asked, what are they? I was told they are the remains of muscles, that they became rudimentary from lack of use. They went into bankruptcy. They are the muscles with which your ancestors used to flap their ears. Well, at first I was greatly astonished, and afterward I was more astonished to find they had become rudimentary. How can you account for John Calvin unless we came up from the lower animals? How could you account for a man that would use the extremes of torture unless you admit that there is in man the elements of a snake, of a vulture, of a hyena, and a jackal? How can you account for the religious creeds of today? How can you account for that infamous doctrine of hell except with an animal origin? How can you account for your conception of a God that would sell women and babes into slavery? Well, I thought that thing over, and I began to like it after a while. And I said, it is not so much difference who my father was as who his son is. And I finally said I would rather belong to a race that commenced with the skull-less vertebrates in the dim Laurentian seas, that wriggled without knowing why they wriggled, swimming without knowing where they were going, that come along up by degrees, through millions of ages, through all that crawls and swims and floats and runs and growls and barks and howls until it struck this fellow in the dugout. And then that fellow in the dugout getting a little grander, and each one below calling every one above him a heretic, calling every one who had made a little advance an infidel or an atheist, and finally the heads getting a little higher and looming up a little grander and more splendidly, and finally produced Shakespeare, who harvested all the field of dramatic thought, and from whose day until now there have been none but gleaners of chaff and straw. Shakespeare was an intellectual ocean whose waves touched all the shores of human thought, within which were all the tides and currents and pulses, upon which lay all the lights and shadows, and over which brooded all the calms, and swept all the storms and tempests of which the soul is capable. I would rather belong to that race that commenced with that skull-less vertebrate, that produced Shakespeare, a race that has before it an infinite future, with the angel of progress leaning from the far horizon, beckoning men forward and upward forever. I would rather belong to that race than to have descended from a perfect pair, upon which the Lord has lost money every moment from that day to this. Now my crime has been this: I have insisted that the Bible is not the Word of God. I have insisted that we should not whip our children. I have insisted that we should treat our wives as loving equals. I have denied that God, if there is any God, ever upheld polygamy and slavery. I have denied that that God ever told his generals to kill innocent babes and tear and rip open women with the sword of war. I have denied that, and for that I have been assailed by the clergy of the United States. They tell me I have misquoted, and I owe it to you, and maybe I owe it to myself, to read one or two words to you upon this subject. In order to do that, I shall have to put on my glasses, and that brings me back to where I started, that man has advanced just in proportion as his thought has mingled with his labor. If man's eyes hadn't failed, he would never have made any spectacles. He would never have had the telescope, and he would never have been able to read the leaves of heaven. End of Ingersoll's lecture on skulls. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Ingersoll's lecture on skulls is from the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, during August 2007. Colonel Ingersoll's replies to his critics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Colonel Ingersoll's replies to his critics is from the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll. Colonel Ingersoll's reply to Dr. Collier. Now they tell me, and there are several gentlemen who have spoken on this subject, the Reverend Mr. Collier, a gentleman standing as high as anybody, and I have nothing to say against him, because I denounced God, who upheld murder and slavery and polygamy, he said that what I said was slang. I would like to have it compared with any sermon that ever issued from the lips of that gentleman. And before he gets through, he admits that the Old Testament is a rotten tree that will soon fall into the earth and act as a fertilizer for his doctrine. Is it honest in that man to assail my motive? Let him answer my argument. Is it honest and fair in him to say I am doing a certain thing because it is popular? Has it got to this, that in this Christian country, where they have preached every day hundreds and thousands of sermons, has it got to this that infidelity is so popular in the United States? If it has, I take courage, and I not only see the dawn of a brighter day, but the day is here. Think of it. A minister tells me in this year of grace, 1879, that a man is an infidel simply that he may be popular. I am glad of it, simply that he may make money. Is it possible that we can make more money tearing up churches than in building them up? Is it possible that we can make more money denouncing the God of slavery than we can praising the God that took liberty from man? If so, I am glad. I call publicly upon Robert Collier, a man for whom I have great respect. I call publicly upon Robert Collier to state to the people of this city whether he believes the Old Testament was inspired. I call upon him to state whether he believes that God ever upheld these institutions, whether God was a polygamist, whether he believes that God commanded Moses or Joshua or anyone else to slay little children in the cradle. Do you believe that Robert Collier would obey such an order? Do you believe that he would rush to the cradle and drive the knife of theological hatred to the tender heart of a dimpled child? And yet, when I denounce a God that will give such a hellish order, he says it is slang. I want him to answer. And when he answers, he will say he does not believe the Bible is inspired. That is what he will say, and he holds these old worthies in the same contempt that I do. Suppose he should act like Abraham. Suppose he should send some woman out into the wilderness with his child in her arms to starve. Would he think that mankind ought to hold up his name forever for reverence? Robert Collier says that we should read and scan every word of the Old Testament with reverence, that we should take this book up with reverential hands. I deny it. We should read it as we do every other book, and everything good in it, keep it, and everything that shocks the brain and shocks the heart, throw it away. Let us be honest. Ingersoll's reply to Professor Swing. Professor Swing has made a few remarks on this subject, and I say the spirit he has exhibited has been as gentle and as sweet as the perfume of a flower. He was too good a man to stay in the Presbyterian Church. He was a rose among thistles. He was a dove among vultures, and they hunted him out, and I am glad he came out. I tell all the churches to drive all such men out. And when he comes, I want him to state just what he thinks. I want him to tell the people of Chicago whether he believes the Bible is inspired in any sense except that in which Shakespeare was inspired. Honor bright, I tell you that all the sweet and beautiful things in the Bible would not make one play of Shakespeare. All the philosophy in the world would not make one scene in Hamlet. All the beauties of the Bible would not make one scene in the Midsummer Night's Dream. All the beautiful things about woman in the Bible would not begin to create such a character as Perdita or Imogen or Miranda. Not one. I want him to tell whether he believes the Bible was inspired in any other way than Shakespeare was inspired. I want him to pick out something as beautiful and tender as Burns' poem to Mary in Heaven. I want him to tell whether he believes the story about the bears eating up children, whether that is inspired. I want him to tell whether he considers that a poem or not. I want to know if the same God made those bears that devoured the children because they laughed at an old man out of hair. I want to know if the same God that did that is the same God who said, "Suffer little children to come unto me, for such is the kingdom of heaven." I want him to answer it, and answer it fairly. That is all I ask. I want just the fair thing. Now, sometimes Mr. Swing talks as though he believed the Bible, and then he talks to me as though he didn't believe the Bible. The day he made this sermon, I think he did, just a little, believe it. He is like the man that passed a $10 counterfeit bill. He was arrested, and his father went to see him and said, "John, how could you commit such a crime? How could you bring my gray hairs in sorrow to the grave?" "Well," he says, "Father, I'll tell you. I got this bill, and some days I thought it was bad, and some days I thought it was good. And one day, when I thought it was good, I passed it. I want it distinctly understood that I have the greatest respect for Professor Swing, but I want him to tell whether the 109th Psalm is inspired. I want him to tell whether the passages I shall afterward read in this book are inspired. That is what I want." Ingersoll's reply to Brooke Herford, D.D. Then there is another gentleman here. His name is Herford. He says it is not fair to apply the test of truth to the Bible. I don't think it is myself. He says although Moses upheld slavery, that he improved it. They were not quite so bad as they were before, and heaven justified slavery at that time. Do you believe that God ever turned the arms of children into chains of slavery? Do you believe that God ever said to a man, "You can't have your wife unless you will be a slave. You cannot have your children unless you will lose your liberty. And unless you are willing to throw them from your heart forever, you cannot be free"? I want Mr. Herford to state whether he loves such a God. Be honor bright about it. Don't begin to talk about civilization, or what the church has done, or will do. Just walk right up to the rack and say whether you love and worship a God that established slavery. Honest. And love and worship a God that would allow a little babe to be torn from the breast of its mother and sold into slavery. Now tell it fair, Mr. Herford. I want you to tell the ladies in your congregation that you believe in a God that allowed women to be given to the soldiers. Tell them that. And then if you say it was not the God of Moses, then don't praise Moses anymore. Don't do it. Answer these questions. Ingersoll Gatling gun turned on Dr. Ryder. Then here is another gentleman, Mr. Ryder, the Reverend Mr. Ryder, and he says that Calvinism is rejected by a majority of Christendom. He is mistaken. There is what they call the Evangelical Alliance. They met in this country in 1875 or 1876, and there were present representatives of all the evangelical churches in the world, and they adopted a creed, and that creed is that man is totally depraved. That creed is that there is an eternal, universal hell, and that every man that does not believe in a certain way is bound to be damned forever, and that there is only one way to be saved, and that is by faith, and by faith alone. And they would not allow anybody to be represented there that did not believe that, and they would not allow a Unitarian there, and would not have allowed Dr. Ryder there, because he takes away from the Christian world the consolation naturally arising from the belief in hell. Dr. Ryder is mistaken. All the orthodox religion of the day is Calvinism. It believes in the fall of man. It believes in the atonement. It believes in the eternity of hell, and it believes in salvation by faith, that is to say, by credulity. That is what they believe, and he is mistaken. And I want to tell Dr. Ryder today, if there is a God and he wrote the Old Testament, there is a hell. The God that wrote the Old Testament will have a hell. And I want to tell Dr. Ryder another thing, that the Bible teaches an eternity of punishment. I want to tell him that the Bible upholds the doctrine of hell. I want to tell him that if there is no hell, somebody ought to have said so, and Jesus Christ should not have said, I will at the last day say, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels. If there was not such a place, Christ would not have said, Depart from me, ye cursed, and these shall go hence into everlasting fire. And if you, Dr. Ryder, are depending for salvation on the God that wrote the Old Testament, you will inevitably be eternally damned. There is no hope for you. It is just as bad to deny hell as it is to deny heaven. It is just as much blasphemy to deny the devil as to deny God, according to the Orthodox creed. He admits that the Jews were polygamists, but, he says, how was it that they finally quit it? I can tell you, the soil was so poor they couldn't afford it. Professor Swing says the Bible is a poem. Dr. Ryder says it is a picture. The Garden of Eden is pictorial, a pictorial snake and a pictorial woman, I suppose, and a pictorial man. And maybe it was a pictorial sin, and only a pictorial atonement. Ingersoll's reply to Rabbi Bien. Then there is another gentleman, and he a Rabbi Bien or Bean or whatever his name is, and he comes to the defense of the great lawgiver. There was another rabbi who attacked me in Cincinnati, and I couldn't help but think of the old saying that a man got off when he said the tallest man he ever knew, his name was Short, and the fattest man he ever saw, his name was Lean. And it is only necessary for me to add that this rabbi in Cincinnati was wise. The rabbi here, I will not answer him, and I will tell you why. Because he has taken himself outside of all the limits of a gentleman. Because he has taken it upon himself to traduce American women in language the beastliest I ever read. And any man who says that the American women are not just as good women as any God can make and pick his mud today is an unappreciative barbarian. I will let him alone, because he denounced all the men in this country, all the members of Congress, all the members of the Senate, and all the judges upon the bench. In his lecture he denounced them as thieves and robbers. That won't do. I want to remind him that in this country the Jews were first admitted to the privileges of citizens, that in this country they were first given all their rights, and I am as much in favor of their having their rights as I am in favor of having my own. But when a rabbi so far forgets himself as to traduce the women and men of this country, I pronounce him a vulgar falsifier, and let him alone. Strange that nearly every man that has answered me mostly on the same side. Strange that nearly every man that thought himself called upon to defend the Bible was one who did not believe in it himself. Isn't it strange? They are like some suspected people, always anxious to show their marriage certificate. They want at least to convince the world that they are not as bad as I am. Now I want to read you just one or two things, and then I am going to let you go. I want to see if I have said such awful things, and whether I have got any scripture to stand by me. I will read only 2 or 3 verses. Does the Bible teach man to enslave his brother? If it does, it is not the word of God, unless God is a slaveholder. Moreover, all the children of the strangers that do not sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy of their families which are with you, which they beget in your land, and they shall be your possession. Ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you to inherit them. They shall be your bondsmen forever. Old Testament. Upon the limbs of unborn babes this fiendish God put the chains of slavery. I hate him. Both thy bondmen and bondwomen shall be of the heathen round about thee, and them shall ye buy, bondmen and bondwomen. Now let us read what the New Testament has. I could read a great deal more, but that is enough. Servants, be obedient to them that are your masters, according to the flesh, in fear and trembling, in singleness of your heart, as unto Christ. This is putting the dirty thief that steals your labor on an equality with God. Servants, be subject to your masters with all fear, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the froward. For this is thankworthy, if a man for conscience toward God endure grief, suffering wrongly. The idea of a man on account of conscience toward God stealing another man, or allowing him nothing but lashes on his back as legal tender for labor performed. Let as many servants as are under the yoke count their own masters worthy of all honor, that the name of God and his doctrine be not blasphemed. How can you blaspheme the name of God by asserting your independence? How can you blaspheme the name of a God by striking fetters from the limbs of men? I wish some of your ministers would tell you that. And they that have believing masters, let them not despise them. That is to say, a good Christian could own another believer in Jesus Christ, could own a woman and her children, and could sell the child away from its mother. That is a sweet belief. Oh, hypocrisy! Let them not despise them because they are brethren, but rather do them service because they are faithful and beloved, partakers of the benefit. Oh, what slush! Here is what they will tell the poor slave, so that he will serve the man that stole his wife and children from him. For we have brought nothing into this world, and it is certain we can carry nothing out. Having food and raiment, let us be therewith content. Don't you think that it would do just as well to preach to the thieving man as to the suffering slave? I think so. Then this same Bible teaches witchcraft, that spirits go into the bodies of the man, and pigs, and that God himself made a trade with the devil, and the devil traded him off, a man for a certain number of swine. And the devil lost money because the hogs ran right down into the sea. He got a corner on that deal. Now let us see how they believed in the rights of children. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son which will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and that, when they have chastened him, will not hearken unto them, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and bring him out unto the elders of his city, and unto the gate of his place. And they shall say unto the elders of his city, This our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. And all the men of this city shall stone him with stones, that he die. So shalt thou put evil away. That is a very good way to raise children. Here is the story of Jephthah. He went off, and he asked the Lord to let him whip some people, and he told the Lord if he would let him whip them, he would sacrifice to the Lord the first thing that met him on his return. And the first thing that met him was his own beautiful daughter, and he sacrificed her. Is there a sadder story in all history than that? What do you think of a man that would sacrifice his own daughter? What do you think of a God that would receive that sacrifice? Now then, they come to women in this blessed gospel, and let us see what the gospel says about women. Then you ought all to go to church, girls, next Sunday, and hear it. Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. For Adam was formed first, not Eve. Don't you see? And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing, if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. That is Mr. Timothy. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. I suppose that every old maid is acephalous. For a man indeed ought not to cover his head, forasmuch as he is the image and glory of God. But the woman is the glory of the man. For the man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man. Neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husband as unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church. Do you hear that? You didn't know how much we were above you. When you go back to the Old Testament, to the great lawgiver, you find that the woman has to ask forgiveness for having borne a child. If it was a boy, 33 days she was unclean. If it was a girl, 66. Nice laws, good laws. If there is a pure thing in this world, if there is a picture of perfect purity, it is a mother with her child in her arms. Yes, I think more of a good woman and a child than I do of all the gods I have ever heard these people tell about. Just think of this. When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Lord thy God hath delivered them into thine hands, and thou hast taken them captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast a desire unto her that thou wouldst have her to thy wife, then thou shalt bring her home to thine house, and she shall shave her head and pare her nails. Wherefore ye must needs be subject not only for wrath, but for conscience sake. For this cause pay you tribute also, for they are God's ministers. I despise this wretched doctrine. Wherever the sword of rebellion is drawn in favor of the right, I am a rebel. I suppose Alexander, Tsar of Russia, was put there by the order of God, was he? I am sorry that he was not removed by the nihilist that shot at him the other day. I tell you, in a country like that, where there are hundreds of girls not 16 years of age, prisoners in Siberia, simply for giving their ideas about liberty, and we telegraph to that country congratulating that wretch that he was not killed, my heart goes into the prison. My heart goes with the poor girl working as a miner in the mines, crawling on her hands and knees, getting the precious ore out of the mines. And my sympathies go with her, and my sympathies cluster around the point of the dagger. Does the Bible describe a God of mercy? Let me read you a verse or two. I will make mine arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh. Thy foot may be dipped in the blood of thine enemies, and the tongue of thy dogs in the same. And the Lord thy God will put out those nations before thee by little and little. Thou mayest not consume them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase upon thee. But the Lord thy God shall deliver them unto thee, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction, until they be destroyed. And he shall deliver their kings into thine hand, and thou shalt destroy their name from under heaven. There shall no man be able to stand before thee, until thou have destroyed them. I can see what he had her nails pared for. Does the Bible teach polygamy? The Reverend Dr. Newman, Consul General to all the world, had a discussion with Elder Aber of Kimball, or some such wretch in Utah, whether the Bible sustains polygamy. And the Mormons have printed that discussion as a campaign document. Read the order of Moses in the 31st chapter of Numbers. A great many chapters I dare not read to you. They are too filthy. I leave all that to the clergy. Read the 31st chapter of Exodus, the 31st chapter of Deuteronomy, the life of Abraham, and the life of David, and the life of Solomon. And then tell me that the Bible does not uphold polygamy and concubinage. Let them answer. Then I said that the Bible upheld tyranny. Let me read you a little. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God. George III was king by the grace of God, and when our fathers rose in rebellion according to this doctrine, they rose against the power of God. And if they did, they were successful. And so it goes on, telling of all the cities that were destroyed, and of the great-hearted men that they dashed their brains out, and all the little babes, and all the sweet women that they killed and plundered, all in the name of a most merciful God. Well, think of it! The Old Testament is filled with anathemas, and with curses, and with words of revenge and jealousy, and hatred and meanness, and brutality. Have I read enough to show you that what I said is so? I think I have. I wish I had time to read to you further of what the dear old fathers of the church said about women. Wait a minute, and I will read you a little. We have got them running. St. Augustine, in his 22nd book, says, "A woman ought to serve her husband as unto God, affirming that women ought to be braced and bridled betimes, if she aspire to any dominion, alleging that dangerous and perilous it is to suffer her to proceed, although it be in temporal and corporeal things. How can woman be in the image of God, seeing she is subject to man, and hath no authority to teach, neither to be a witness, neither to judge, much less to rule or bear the rod of empire?" Oh, he is a good one. These are the very words of Augustine. Let me read some more. "Woman shall be subject unto man as unto Christ." That is St. Augustine, and this sentence of Augustine ought to be noted of all women, for in it he plainly affirms that women are all the more subject to man. And now St. Ambrose, he is a good boy. Adam was deceived by Eve, called Heva, not Heva by Adam, and therefore just it is that woman receive and acknowledge him for governor, whom she called sin, lest that again she slip and fall with womanly facility. Don't you see that woman has sinned once, and man never? If you give woman an opportunity, she will sin again, whereas if you give it to man, who never betrayed his trust in the world, nothing bad can happen. Let women be subject to their own husbands as unto the Lord. For man is the head of woman, and Christ is the head of the congregation. They are all real good men, all of them. It is not permitted to woman to speak. Let her be in silence. As the law said, "Unto thy husband shalt thou ever be, and he shall bear dominion over thee." And so Saint Chrysostom, he is another good man. Woman, he says, was put under the power of man, and man was pronounced Lord over her, that she should obey man, that the head should not follow the feet. False priests do commonly deceive women, because they are easily persuaded to any opinion, especially if it be again given, and because they lack prudence and right reason to judge the things that be spoken, which should not be the nature of those that are appointed to govern others. For they should be constant, stable, prudent, and doing everything with discretion and reason, which virtues woman cannot have in equality with man. I tell you, women are more prudent than men. I tell you, as a rule, women are more truthful than men. I tell you that women are more faithful than men, 10 times as faithful as man. I never saw a man pursue his wife into the very ditch and dust of degradation and take her in his arms. I never saw a man stand at the shore where she had been morally wrecked, waiting for the waves to bring back even her corpse to his arms. But I have seen woman do it. I have seen woman with her white arms lift man from the mire of degradation and hold him to her bosom as though he were an angel. And these men thought woman not fit to be held as pure in the sight of God as man. I never saw a man that pretended that he didn't love a woman, that pretended that he loved God better than he did a woman, that he didn't look hateful to me, hateful and unclean. I could read you 20 others, but I haven't time to do it. They are all to the same effect exactly. They hate woman, and say man is as much above her as God is above man. I am a believer in absolute equality. I am a believer in absolute liberty between man and wife. I believe in liberty, and I say, O liberty, float not forever in the far horizon. Remain not forever in the dream of the enthusiast, the philanthropist, and poet, but come and make thy home among the children of men. I know not what discoveries, what inventions, what thoughts may leap from the brain of the world. I know not what garments of glory may be woven by the years to come. I cannot dream of the victories to be won. I do know that coming upon the field of thought, but down the infinite sea of the future, there will never touch this bank and shoal of time a richer gift, a rarer blessing, than liberty for man, woman, and child. I never addressed a more magnificent audience in my life, and I thank you. I thank you 1,000 times over. Ingersoll's Catechism and Bible Class. Nothing is more gratifying than to see ideas that were received with scorn flourishing in the sunshine of approval. Only a few weeks ago I stated that the Bible was not inspired, that Moses was mistaken, that the flood was a foolish myth, that the Tower of Babel existed only in credulity, that God did not create the universe from nothing, that he did not start the first woman with a rib, that he never upheld slavery, that he was not a polygamist, that he did not kill people for making hair oil, that he did not order his generals to kill the dimpled babes, that he did not allow the roses of love and the violets of modesty to be trodden under the brutal feet of lust, that the Hebrew language was written without vowels, that the Bible was composed of many books written by unknown men, that all translations differed from each other, and that this book had filled the world with agony and crime. At that time I had not the remotest idea that the most learned clergyman in Chicago would substantially agree with me. In public, I have read the replies of the Reverend Robert Collyer, Dr. Thomas, Rabbi Kohler, Reverend Brooke Herford, Professor Swing, and Dr. Ryder, and will now ask them a few questions, answering them in their own words. First, Reverend Robert Collyer. Question: what is your opinion of the Bible? Answer: it is a splendid book. It makes the noblest type of Catholics and the meanest bigots. Through this book men give their hearts for good to God, or for evil to the devil. The best argument for the intrinsic greatness of the book is that it can touch such wide extremes, and seem to maintain us in the most unparalleled cruelty, as well as the most tender mercy; that it can inspire purity like that of the great saints, and afford arguments in favor of polygamy. The Bible is the textbook of ironclad Calvinism and sunny universalism. It makes the Quaker quiet and the Millerite crazy. It inspired the Union soldier to live and grandly die for the right, and Stonewall Jackson to live nobly and die grandly for the wrong. Question: But Mr. Collier, do you really think that a book with as many passages in favor of wrong as right is inspired? Answer: I look upon the Old Testament as a rotting tree. When it falls, it will fertilize a bank of violets. Question: Do you believe that God upheld slavery and polygamy? Do you believe that he ordered the killing of babes and the violation of maidens? Answer: There is a threefold inspiration in the Bible. The first, peerless and perfect, the word of God to man. The second, simply and purely human, and then below this again there is an inspiration born of an evil heart, ruthless and savage there and then as anything well can be. A threefold inspiration, of heaven first, then of the earth, and then of hell, all in the same book, all sometimes in the same chapter, and then besides a great many things that need no inspiration. Question: Then, after all, you do not pretend that the Scriptures are really inspired? Answer: The Scriptures make no such claim for themselves as the Church makes for them. They leave me free to say this is false or this is true. The truth, even within the Bible, dies and lives, makes on this side and loses on that. Question: What do you say to the last verse in the Bible, where a curse is threatened to any man who takes from or adds to the book? Answer: I have but one answer to this question, and it is, let who will have written this. I cannot for an instant believe that it was written by a divine inspiration. Such dogmas and threats as these are not of God, but of man, and not of any man of a free spirit and heart eager for the truth, but a narrow man who would cripple and confine the human soul in its quest after the whole truth of God, and back those who have done the shameful things in the name of the Most High. Question: Do you not regard such talk as slang? Supposed answer: If an infidel had said that the writer of Revelations was narrow and bigoted, I might have denounced his discourse as slang, but I think that Unitarian ministers can do so with the greatest propriety. Question: Do you believe in the stories of the Bible, about Jael, and the sun standing still, and the walls falling at the blowing of horns? Answer: They may be legends, myth, poems, or what they will, but they are not the word of God. So I say again, it was not the God and Father of us all who inspired the woman to drive that nail crashing through the king's temple after she had given him that bowl of milk and bid him sleep in safety, but a very mean devil of hatred and revenge that I should hardly expect to find in a squaw on the plains. It was not the ram's horns and the shouting before which the walls fell flat. If they went down at all, it was through good solid pounding, and not for an instant did the steady sun stand still or let his planet stand still while barbarian fought barbarian. He kept just the time then he keeps now. They might believe it who made the record. I do not. And since the whole Christian world might believe it, still we do not who gather in this church. A free and reasonable mind stands right in our way. Newton might believe it as a Christian, and disbelieve it as a philosopher. We stand then with the philosopher against the Christian, for we must believe what is true to us in the last test, and these things are not true. Second, Reverend Dr. Thomas. Question: What is your opinion of the Old Testament? Answer: My opinion is that it is not one book, but many, 39 books bound up in one. The date and authorship of most of these books are wholly unknown. The Hebrews wrote without vowels and without dividing the letters into syllables, words, or sentences. The books were gathered up by Ezra. At that time only 2 of the Jewish tribes remained. All progress had ceased. In gathering up the sacred book, copyists exercised great liberty in making changes and additions. Question: Yes, we all know that. But is the Old Testament inspired? Answer: There may be the inspiration of art, of poetry or oratory, of patriotism, and there are such inspirations. There are moments when great truths and principles come to men. They seek the man, and not the man them. Question: Yes, we will admit that. But is the Bible inspired? Answer: But still I know of no way to convince anyone of spirit and inspiration, and God only as his reason may take hold of these things. Question: Do you think the Old Testament true? Answer: The story of Eden may be an allegory. The history of the children of Israel may have mistakes. Question: Must inspiration claim infallibility? Answer: It is a mistake to say that if you believe one part of the Bible, you must believe it all. Some of the 39 books may be inspired, others not, or there may be degrees of inspiration. Question: Do you believe that God commanded the soldiers to kill the children and the married women and save for themselves the maidens, as recorded in Numbers 31:2? Do you believe that God upheld slavery? Do you believe that God upheld polygamy? Answer: The Bible may be wrong in some statements. God and right cannot be wrong. We must not exalt the Bible above God. May be that we have claimed too much for the Bible, and thereby given not a little occasion for such men as Mr. Ingersoll to appear at the other extreme, denying too much. Question: What then shall be done? Answer: We must take a middle ground. It is not necessary to believe that the bears devoured the 42 children, nor that Jonah was swallowed by the whale. Third, Reverend Dr. Kohler. Question: What is your opinion about the Old Testament? Answer: I will not make futile attempts of artificially interpreting the letter of the Bible so as to make it reflect the philosophical, moral, and scientific views of our time. The Bible is a sacred record of humanity's childhood. Question: Are you an Orthodox Christian? Answer: No. Orthodoxy, with its face turned backward to a ruined temple or a dead Messiah, is fast becoming like Lot's wife, a pillar of salt. Question: Do you really believe the Old Testament was inspired? Answer: I greatly acknowledge our indebtedness to men like Voltaire and Thomas Paine, whose bold denial and cutting wit were so instrumental in bringing about this glorious era of freedom, so congenial and blissful, particularly to the long-abused Jewish race. Question: Do you believe in the inspiration of the Bible? Answer: Of course, there is a destructive axe needed to strike down the old building in order to make room for the grander new. The divine origin claimed by the Hebrews for their national literature was claimed by all nations for their old records and laws as preserved by the priesthood. As Moses, the Hebrew lawgiver, is represented as having received the law from God on the holy mountains, so is Zoroaster the Persian, Manu the Hindu, Minos the Cretan, Lycurgus the Spartan, and Numa the Roman. Question: Do you believe all the stories in the Bible? Answer: All that can and must be said against them is that they have been too long retained around the arms and limbs of grown-up manhood to check the spiritual progress of religion. that by Jewish ritualism and Christian dogmatism they became fetters unto the soul, turning the light of heaven into a misty haze to blind the eye, and even into a hell fire of fanaticism to consume souls. Question: is the Bible inspired? Answer: true, the Bible is not free from errors, nor is any work of man and time. It abounds in childish views and offensive matters. I trust it will, in a time not far off, be presented for common use in families, schools, synagogues, and churches, in a refined shape, cleansed from all dross and chaff, and stumbling blocks on which the scoffer delights to dwell. Fourth, Reverend Mr. Herford. Question: is the Bible true? Answer: Ingersoll is very fond of saying, the question is not, is the Bible inspired, but is it true? That sounds very plausible, but you know, as applied to any ancient book, it is simply nonsense. Question: do you think the stories in the Bible exaggerated? Answer: I dare say the numbers are immensely exaggerated. Question: do you think that God upheld polygamy? Answer: the truth of which simply is that 4,000 years ago polygamy existed among the Jews, as everywhere else on earth then, and even their prophets did not come to the idea of its being wrong. But what is there to be indignant about in that? And so you really wonder why any man should be indignant at the idea that God upheld and sanctioned that beastliness called polygamy. What is there to be indignant about in that? Fifth, Professor Swing. Question: what is your idea of the Bible? Answer: I think it is a poem. Sixth, Reverend Dr. Ryder. Question: and what is your idea of the sacred scriptures? Answer: like other nations, the Hebrews had their patriotic, descriptive, didactic, and lyrical poems in the same varieties as other nations. But with them, unlike other nations, whatever may be the form of their poetry, it always possesses the characteristic of religion. Question: I suppose you fully appreciate the religious characteristics of the Song of Solomon? No answer. Question: does the Bible uphold polygamy? Answer: the law of Moses did not forbid it, and contained many provisions against its worst abuses, and such as were intended to restrict it within narrow limits. Question: so you think God corrected some of the worst abuses of polygamy, but preserved the institution itself? I might question many others, but have concluded not to consider those as members of my Bible class who deal in calumnies and epithets. From the so-called replies of such ministers it appears that, while Christianity changes the heart, it does not improve the manners, and one can get into heaven in the next world without having been a gentleman in this. It is difficult for me to express the deep and thrilling satisfaction I have experienced in reading the admissions of the clergy of Chicago. Surely the battle of intelligent liberty is almost won when ministers admit that the Bible is filled with ignorant and cruel mistakes, that each man has the right to think for himself, and that it is not necessary to believe the Scriptures in order to be saved. From the bottom of my heart I congratulate my pupils on the advance they have made, and hope soon to meet them on the serene heights of perfect freedom. End Ingersoll's response to his critics. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Ingersoll's response to his critics is part of the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, during August 2007. Ingersoll's New Departure. What shall we do to be saved? This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What Shall We Do to Be Saved was delivered in McVickers Theater, Chicago, September 19, 1880. This is from the Chicago Times verbatim report. It's part of the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll. Ladies and gentlemen, fear is the dungeon of the mind, and superstition is a dagger with which hypocrisy assassinates the soul. Courage is liberty. I am in favor of absolute freedom of thought. In the realm of the mind, everyone is monarch. Everyone is robed, sceptered, and crowned, and everyone wears the purple of authority. I belong to the Republic of Intellectual Liberty, and only those are good citizens of that republic who depend upon reason and upon persuasion, and only those are traitors who resort to brute force. Now I beg of you all to forget just for a few moments that you are Methodists or Baptists or Catholics or Presbyterians, and let us for an hour or two remember only that we are men and women. And allow me to say man and woman are the highest titles that can be bestowed upon humanity. Man and woman. And let us, if possible, banish all fear from the mind. Do not imagine that there is some being in the infinite expanse who is not willing that every man and woman should think for himself and herself. Do not imagine that there is any being who would give to his children the holy torch of reason and then damn them for following where the holy light led. Let us have courage. Priests have invented a crime called blasphemy, and behind that crime hypocrisy has crouched for thousands of years. There is but one blasphemy, and that is injustice. There is but one worship, and that is justice. You need not fear the anger of a God whom you cannot injure. Rather fear to injure your fellow men. Do not be afraid of a crime you cannot commit. Rather be afraid of the one that you may commit. There was a Jewish gentleman went into a restaurant to get his dinner, and the devil of temptation whispered in his ear, "Eat some bacon." He knew if there was anything in the universe calculated to excite the wrath of the infinite being who made every shining star, it was to see a gentleman eating bacon. He knew it. And he knew the infinite being was looking, and that he was the infinite eavesdropper of the universe. But his appetite got the better of his conscience, as it often has with us all, and he ate that bacon. He knew it was wrong. When he went into that restaurant the weather was delightful, the sky was as blue as June, and when he came out the sky was covered with angry clouds, the lightning leaping from one to the other, and the earth shaking beneath the voice of the thunder. He went back into that restaurant with a face as white as milk, and he said to one of the keepers, "My God, did you ever hear such a fuss about a little piece of bacon?" As long as we harbor such opinions of infinity, as long as we imagine the heavens to be filled with such tyranny, so long the sons of men will be cringing, intellectual cowards. Let us think, and let us honestly express our thought. Do not imagine for a moment that I think people who disagree with me are bad people. I admit, and I cheerfully admit, that a very large proportion of mankind, and a very large majority, a vast number, are reasonably honest. I believe that most Christians believe what they teach, that most ministers are endeavoring to make this world better. I do not pretend to be better than they are. It is an intellectual question. It is a question first of intellectual liberty, and after that a question to be settled at the bar of human reason. I do not pretend to be better than they are. Probably I am a good deal worse than many of them. But that is not the question. The question is, bad as I am, have I a right to think? And I think I have, for two reasons. First, I can't help it. And secondly, I like it. The whole question is right at a point. If I have not a right to express my thoughts, who has? Oh, they say, we will allow you. We will not burn you. All right. Why won't you burn me? Because we think a decent man will allow others to think and express his thought. Then the reason you do not persecute me for my thought is that you believe it would be infamous in you. Yes. And yet you worship a God who will, all you declare, punish me forever. The next question is, can I commit a sin against God by thinking? If God did not intend I should think, why did He give me a thinker? Now then, we have got what they call the Christian system of religion, and thousands of people wonder how I can be wicked enough to attack that system. There are many good things about it, and I shall never attack anything that I believe to be good. I shall never fear to attack anything I honestly believe to be wrong. We have, I say, what they call the Christian religion, and I find, just in proportion that nations have been religious, just in that proportion they have gone back to barbarism. I find that Spain, Portugal, Italy are the three worst nations in Europe. I find that the nation nearest infidel is the most prosperous, France. And so I say there can be no danger in the exercise of absolute intellectual freedom. I find among ourselves the men who think at least as good as those who do not. We have, I say, a Christian system, and that is founded upon what they are pleased to call the New Testament. Who wrote the New Testament? I don't know. Who does know? Nobody. We have found some 52 manuscripts containing portions of the New Testament. Some of those manuscripts leave out 5 or 6 books, many of them. Others more, others less. No two of these manuscripts agree. Nobody knows who wrote these manuscripts. They are all written in Greek. The disciples of Christ knew only Hebrew. Nobody ever saw, so far as we know, one of the original Hebrew manuscripts. Nobody ever saw anybody who had seen anybody who had heard of anybody that had seen anybody that had ever seen one of the original Hebrew manuscripts. No doubt the clergy of your city have told you these facts thousands of times, and they will be obliged to me for having repeated them once more. These manuscripts are written in what are called capital Greek letters. They are called uncial characters. And the New Testament was not divided into chapters and verses even until the year of grace 1551. Recollect it. In the original, the manuscripts and gospels are signed by nobody. The epistles are addressed to nobody, and they are signed by the same person. All the addresses, all the pretended earmarks showing to whom they are written and by whom they are written, are simply interpolations, and everybody who has studied the subject knows it. It is further admitted that even these manuscripts have not been properly translated, and they have a syndicate now making a new translation. And I suppose that I cannot tell whether I really believe the Testament or not until I see the new translation. You must remember also one other thing. Christ never wrote a solitary word of the New Testament, not one word. There is an account that he once stooped and wrote something in the sand, but that has not been preserved. He never told anybody to write a word. He never said, Matthew, remember this. Mark, don't forget to put that down. Luke, be sure that in your gospel you have this. John, don't forget it. Not one word. And it has always seemed to me that a being coming from another world with a message of infinite importance to mankind should at least have verified that message by his own signature. Why was nothing written? I will tell you. In my judgment, they expected the end of the world in a very few days. That generation was not to pass away until the heavens should be rolled up as a scroll, and until the earth should melt with fervent heat. That was their belief. They believed that the world was to be destroyed, and that there was to be another coming, and that the saints were then to govern the world. And they even went so far among the apostles, as we frequently do now before election, as to divide out the offices in advance. This testament was not written for hundreds of years after the apostles were dust. These facts lived in the open mouth of credulity. They were in the waste baskets of forgetfulness. They depended upon the inaccuracy of legend, and for centuries these doctrines and stories were blown about by the inconstant winds. And finally, when reduced to writing, some gentleman would write by the side of the passage his idea of it, and the next copyist would put that in as part of the text. And finally, when it was made and the church got in trouble and wanted a passage to help it out, one was interpolated to order. So that now it is among the easiest things in the world to pick out at least 100 interpolations in the Testament. And I will pick some of them out before I get through. And let me say here once and for all that for the man Christ I have infinite respect. Let me say once and for all that the place where man has died for man is holy ground. And let me say once for all, to that great and serene man I gladly pay the homage of my admiration and my tears. He was a reformer in his day. He was an infidel in his time. He was regarded as a blasphemer, and his life was destroyed by hypocrites who have in all ages done what they could to trample freedom out of the human mind. Had I lived at that time, I would have been his friend, and should he come again, he would not find a better friend than I will be. That is for the man. For the theological creation, I have a different feeling. If he was, in fact, God, he knew that there was no such thing as death. He knew that what we call death was but the eternal opening of the golden gates of everlasting joy. And it took no heroism to face a death that was simply eternal life. But when a poor boy 16 years of age, goes upon the field of battle to keep his flag in heaven, not knowing but that death ends all, not knowing but that when the shadows creep over him, the darkness will be eternal, there is heroism. And so for the man who in the darkness said, "My God, why hast thou forsaken me?" For that man I have nothing but respect, admiration, and love. A while ago I made up my mind to find out what was necessary for me to do in order to be saved. If I have got a soul, I want it saved. I do not wish to lose anything that is of value. For thousands of years the world has been asking that question. What shall we do to be saved? Saved from poverty? No. Saved from crime? No. Tyranny? No. But what shall we do to be saved from the eternal wrath of the God who made us all? If God made us, he will not destroy us. Infinite wisdom never made a poor investment. And upon all the works of an infinite God, a dividend must finally be declared. The pulpit has cast a shadow over even the cradle. The doctrine of endless punishment has covered the cheeks of this world with tears. I despise it, and I defy it. I made up my mind, I say, to see what I had to do in order to save my soul according to the Testament, and thereupon I read it. I read the Gospel, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But I found that the church had been deceiving me. I found that the clergy did not understand their own book. I found that they had been building upon passages that had been interpolated. I found that they had been building upon passages that were entirely untrue. And I will tell you why I think so. The first of these Gospels was written by St. Matthew, according to the claim. Of course, he never wrote a word of it, never saw it, never heard of it. But for the purpose of this lecture, I will admit that he wrote it. I will admit that he was with Christ for 3 years, that he heard much of his conversation during that time, and that he became impregnated with the doctrines or dogmas and the ideas of Jesus Christ. Now let us see what Matthew says we must do in order to be saved. And I take it that, if this be true, Matthew is as good an authority as any minister in the world. The first thing I find upon the subject of salvation is in the 5th chapter of Matthew, and is embraced in what is commonly known as the Sermon on the Mount. It is as follows: Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Good. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Good. Whether they belong to any church or not, whether they believed the Bible or not. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Good. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, that's me, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. In the same sermon he says, Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. And then he makes use of this remarkable language, almost as applicable today as it was then. For I say unto you that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no wise enter the kingdom of heaven. Good. In the 6th chapter I find the following, and it comes directly after the prayer known as the Lord's Prayer. For if you forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if ye forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. I accept the conditions. There is an offer, I accept it. If you will forgive men that trespass against you, God will forgive your trespasses against him. I accept, and I never will ask any God to treat me any better than I treat my fellow men. There is a square promise. There is a contract. If you will forgive others, God will forgive you. And it does not say you must believe in the Old Testament, nor be baptized, nor join the church, nor keep Sunday. It simply says, if you forgive others, God will forgive you. And it must be true. No God could afford to damn a forgiving man. Will he forgive the Democrats? Oh, certainly. Let me say right here that I know lots of Democrats, great, broad, whole-souled, clever men, and I love them. And the only bad thing about them is that they vote the Democratic ticket. And I know lots of Republicans so mean and narrow that the only decent thing about them is that they vote the Republican ticket. Now let me make myself plain upon that subject, perfectly plain. For instance, I hate Presbyterianism, but I know hundreds of splendid Presbyterians. Understand me, I hate Methodism, and yet I know hundreds of splendid Methodists. I dislike a certain set of principles called democracy, yet I know thousands of Democrats that I respect and like. I like a certain set of principles, that is, most of them called republicanism, and yet I know lots of Republicans that are a disgrace to those principles. I do not war against men. I do not war against persons. I war against certain doctrines that I believe to be wrong. And I give to every other human being every right that I claim for myself. Of course, I did not intend today to tell what we must do in the election for the purpose of being saved. The next thing that I find is in the 7th chapter and the 2nd verse. For with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And with what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you again. Good, that suits me. And in the 12th chapter of Matthew, for whosoever shall do the will of my Father that is in heaven, the same is my brother and sister and mother. For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to the church he belongs to? No. To the manner in which he was baptized? No. According to his creed? No. Then he shall reward every man according to his works. Good. I subscribe to that doctrine. And in the 16th chapter, and Jesus called a little child to him, and stood him in the midst, and said, Verily I say unto you, except ye become converted, and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. I do not wonder that a reformer in his day that met the scribes and Pharisees and hypocrites, I do not wonder that at last he turned to children and said, Except ye become as little children. I do not wonder. And yet, see what children the children of God have become. What an interesting dimpled darling John Calvin was. Think of that prattling babe known as Jonathan Edwards. Think of the infants that founded the Inquisition, that invented instruments of torture to tear human flesh. They were the ones who had become as little children. So I find in the 19th chapter, And behold, one came and said unto him, Good master, what good thing shall I do in order to inherit eternal life? And he said unto him, Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, and that is God. But if thou wilt enter into eternal life, keep the commandments. And he said unto him, Which? Now there is a pretty fair issue. Here is a child of God asking God what is necessary for him to do in order to inherit eternal life. And God says to him, Keep the commandments. And the child said to the Almighty, Which? Now, if there ever had been an opportunity given to the Almighty to furnish a gentleman with an inquiring mind with the necessary information upon that subject, here was the opportunity. He said unto him, Which? And Jesus said, Thou shalt do no murder, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, honor thy father and mother, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. He did not say to him, You must believe in me, that I am the only begotten Son of the living God. He did not say, You must be born again. He did not say, You must believe the Bible. He did not say, You must remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. He simply said, Thou shalt do no murder, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, honor thy father and thy mother, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. And thereupon the young man, who I think was a little fresh, and probably mistaken, said unto him, All these things have I kept from my youth up. I don't believe that. Now comes in an interpolation. In the old times, when the church got a little scarce for money, they always put in a passage praising poverty. So they had this young man ask, What lack I yet? And Jesus said unto him, If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give it to the poor, and thou shalt have treasures in heaven. The church has always been willing to swap off treasures in heaven for cash down. And when the next verse was written, the church must have been nearly dead broke. And again I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. Did you ever know a wealthy disciple to unload on account of that verse? And then comes another verse, which I believe is an interpolation. And every one that has forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my sake, shall receive 100-fold, and shall inherit everlasting life. Christ never said it, never. Whosoever shall forsake father and mother, why, he said to this man who asked him, What shall I do to inherit eternal life, among other things? He said, Honor thy father and thy mother. And we turn over the page, and he says, If you will desert your father and your mother, you shall have everlasting life. It won't do. If you desert your wife and your little children, or your lands, the idea of putting a house and lot on equality with wife and children. Think of that. I do not accept the terms. I will never desert the one I love for the promise of any God. It is far more important that we shall love our wives than that we shall love God. And I will tell you why. You cannot help him. You can help her. You can fill her life with the perfume of perpetual joy. It is far more important that you love your children than that you love Jesus Christ. And why? If he is God, you cannot help him. But you can plant a little flower of happiness in every footstep of the child, from the cradle until you die in that child's arms. Let me tell you today, it is far more important to build a home than to erect a church. The holiest temple beneath the stars is a home that love has built. And the holiest altar in all the wide world is the fireside around which gather father and mother and children. There was a time when people believed that infamy. There was a time when they did desert fathers and mothers and wives and children. St. Augustine says to the devotee, Fly to the desert, and though your wife put her arms around your neck, tear her hands away. She is a temptation of the devil. Though your father and mother throw their bodies athwart your threshold, step over them. And though your children pursue, and with weeping eyes beseech you to return, listen not. It is the temptation of the evil one. Fly to the desert and save your soul. Think of such a soul being worth saving. While I live, I propose to stand by the folks. Here there is another condition of salvation. I find it in the 25th chapter. Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was a hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in. Naked, and ye clothed me. And I was sick, and ye visited me. And I was in prison, and you came unto me. Good. And I tell you tonight that God will not punish with eternal thirst the man who has put the cup of cold water to the lips of his neighbor. God will not allow to live in eternal nakedness of pain the man who has clothed others. For instance, here is a shipwreck, and here some brave sailor stands aside and allows a woman whom he never saw before to take his place in the boat. And he stands there, grand and serene as the wide sea, and he goes down. Do you tell me there is any God who will push the lifeboat from the shore of eternal life when that man wishes to step in? Do you tell me that God can be unpitying to the pitiful, that he can be unforgiving to the forgiving? I deny it, and from the aspersions of the pulpit I seek to rescue the reputation of the deity. Now, I have read you everything in Matthew on the subject of salvation. That is all there is. Not one word about believing anything. It is the gospel of deed, the gospel of charity, the gospel of self-denial. And if only that gospel had been preached, persecution never would have shed one drop of blood. Not one. Now, according to the testimony, Matthew was well acquainted with Christ. according to the testimony he had been with him and his companion for years, and if it was necessary to believe anything in order to get to heaven, Matthew should have told us. But he forgot it, or he didn't believe it, or he never heard of it. You can take your choice. The next is Mark. Now let us see what he says. And for the purpose of this lecture, it is sufficient for me to say that Mark agrees substantially with Matthew, that God will be merciful to the merciful, that he will be kind to the kind, that he will pity the pitying. And it is precisely or substantially the same as Matthew until I come to the 16th verse of the 16th chapter, and then I strike an interpolation, put in by hypocrisy, put in by priests, who longed to grasp with bloody hands the scepter of universal authority. Let me read it to you. And it is the most infamous passage in the Bible. Christ never said it. No sensible man ever said it. And he said unto them, that is, unto his disciples, Go ye into all the world, and preach the gospel to every creature. He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, and he that believeth not shall be damned. Now I propose to prove to you that that is an interpolation. Now how will I do it? In the first place, not one word is said about belief in Matthew. In the next place, not one word is said about belief in Mark until I come to that verse. And when is that said to have been spoken? According to Mark, it is a part of the last conversation of Jesus Christ, just before, according to the account, he ascended bodily before their eyes. If there ever was any important thing happened in this world, that is one of them. If there was any conversation that people would be apt to recollect, it would be the last conversation with God before he rose through the air and seated himself upon the throne of the infinite. We have in this Testament 5 accounts of the last conversation happening between Jesus Christ and his apostles. Matthew gives it. And yet Matthew does not state that in that conversation he said, Whoso believeth and is baptized shall be saved, and whoso believeth not shall be damned. And if he did say those words, they were the most important that ever fell from his lips. Matthew did not hear it, or did not believe it, or forgot it. Then I turn to Luke, and he gives an account of this same last conversation, and not one word does he say upon that subject. Now it is the most important thing, if Christ said it, that he ever said. Then I turn to John, and he gives an account of the last conversation, but not one solitary word on the subject of belief or unbelief. Not one solitary word on the subject of damnation. Not one. Then I turn to the 1st chapter of Acts, and there I find an account of the last conversation. And in that conversation there is not one word upon this subject. Now I say that demonstrates that the passage in Mark is an interpolation. What other reason have I got? That there is not one particle of sense in it. Why, no man can control his belief. You hear evidence for and against, and the integrity of the soul stands at the scales and tells which side rises and which side falls. You cannot believe as you wish. You must believe as you must. And he might as well have said, Go into all the world and preach the gospel, and whosoever has red hair shall be saved, and whosoever hath not shall be damned. I have another reason. I am much obliged to the gentleman who interpolated these passages. I am much obliged to him that he put in some more. 2 more. Now here. And these signs shall follow them that believe. Good. In my name shall they cast out devils. They shall speak with new tongues. And they shall take up serpents. And if they drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt them. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. Bring on your believer. Let him cast out a devil. I do not claim a large one, just a little one, for a cent. Let him take up serpents. And if he drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt him? Let me mix up a dose for the theological believer, and if it does not hurt him, I'll join a church. Oh, but they say those things only lasted through the apostolic age. Let us see. Go ye into all the world, and preach the gospel to every creature. He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be damned. And these signs shall follow them that believe. How long? I think at least until they had gone into all the world. Certainly these signs should follow until all the world had been visited. And yet, if that declaration was in the mouth of Christ, he then knew that one half of the world was unknown, and that he would be dead 1492 years before his disciples would know that there was another world. And yet he said, "Go into all the world and preach the gospel." And he knew then that it would be 1492 years before anybody went. Well, if it was worthwhile to have signs follow believers in the old world, surely it was worthwhile to have signs follow believers in the new world. And the very reason that signs should follow would be to convince the unbeliever. And there are as many unbelievers now as ever, and the signs are as necessary today as they ever were. I would like a few myself. This frightful declaration, "He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be damned," has filled the world with agony and crime. Every letter of this passage has been sword and faggot. Every word has been dungeon and chain. That passage made the sword of persecution drip with innocent blood for 10 centuries. That passage made the horizon of 1,000 years lurid with the flames of faggots. That passage contradicts the Sermon on the Mount. That passage travesties the Lord's Prayer. That passage turns the splendid religion of deed and duty into the superstition of creed and cruelty. I deny it. It is infamous. Christ never said it. Now I come to Luke, and it is sufficient to say that Luke substantially agrees with Matthew and with Mark. Substantially agrees as the evidence is read. I like it. Be ye therefore merciful, as your Father also is merciful. Good. Judge not, and ye shall not be judged. Condemn not, and ye shall not be condemned. Forgive, and ye shall be forgiven. Good. Give, and it shall be given unto you, good measure, pressed down and shaken together and running over. Good. I like it. For with the same measure that ye mete withal, it shall be measured to you again. He agrees substantially with Mark. He agrees substantially with Matthew. And I come at last to the 19th chapter. And Zacchaeus stood and said unto the Lord, Behold, Lord, the half of my goods I give to the poor, and if I have taken anything from any man by false accusation, I restore him fourfold. And Jesus said unto him, This day is salvation come to this house. That is a good doctrine. He didn't ask Zacchaeus what he believed. He didn't ask him, Do you believe in the Bible? Do you believe in the 5 points? Have you ever been baptized, sprinkled? Oh, immersed. Half of my goods I give to the poor, and if I have taken anything from any man by false accusation, I restore him fourfold. And Christ said, This day is salvation come to this house. Good. I read also in Luke that Christ, when upon the cross, forgave his murderers. And that is considered the shining gem in the crown of his mercy, that he forgave his murderers, that he forgave the men who drove the nails in his hands, in his feet, that plunged a spear in his side, the soldier that in the hour of death offered him in mockery the bitterness to drink, that he forgave them all freely, and that yet, although he would forgive them, he will in the 19th century damn to eternal fire an honest man for the expression of his honest thoughts. That won't do. I find, too, in Luke an account of two thieves that were crucified at the same time. The other Gospels speak of them. One says they both railed upon him. Another says nothing about it. In Luke, we are told that one did, but one of the thieves looked and pitied Christ. And Christ said to that thief, "This day shalt thou meet me in paradise." Why did he say that? Because the thief pitied him, and God cannot afford to trample beneath the feet of his infinite wrath the smallest blossom of pity that ever shed its perfume in the human heart. Who was this thief? To what church did he belong? I don't know. The fact that he was a thief throws no light on that question. Who was he? What did he believe? I don't know. Did he believe in the Old Testament, in the miracles? I don't know. Did he believe that Christ was God? I don't know. Why then was the promise made to him that he should meet Christ in paradise? Simply because he pitied innocents suffering on the cross. God cannot afford to damn any man that is capable of pitying anybody. And now we come to John, and that is where the trouble commences. The other Gospels teach that God will be merciful to the merciful, forgiving to the forgiving, kind to the kind, loving to the loving, just to the just, merciful to the good. Now we come to John, and here is another doctrine. And allow me to say that John was not written until centuries after the others. This the church got up. And Jesus answered and said unto him, Furthermore I say unto thee, that except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Why didn't he tell Matthew that? Why didn't he tell Luke that? Why didn't he tell Mark that? They never heard of it, or forgot it, or they didn't believe it. Except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. Why? That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. Marvel not that I said unto thee, Ye must be born again. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. And he might have added that that which is born of water is water. Marvel not that I say unto thee, Ye must be born again. And then the reason is given, and I admit I did not understand it myself until I read the reason, and will understand it as well as I do. And here it is. The wind bloweth where I listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, and canst not tell whence it cometh or whither it goeth. So I find in the book of John the idea of the real presence. So I find in the book of John that in order to be saved, we must eat of the flesh and we must drink of the blood of Jesus Christ. And if that gospel is true, the Catholic Church is right. But it is not true. I cannot believe it, and yet for all that, it may be true. But I don't believe it. Neither do I believe there is any God in the universe who will damn a man simply for expressing his belief. Why, they say to me, suppose all this should turn out to be true, and you should come to the day of judgment and find all these things to be true. What would you do then? I would walk up like a man and say, I was mistaken. And suppose God was about to pass judgment on you, what would you say? I would say to him, Do unto others as you would that others should do unto you. Why not? I am told that I must render good for evil. I am told that if smitten on one cheek, I must turn the other. I am told that I must overcome evil with good. I am told that I must love my enemies. And will it do for this God who tells me love my enemies to say I will damn mine? No, it will not do. It will not do. In the book of John, all this doctrine of regeneration, all this doctrine that it is necessary to believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, all the doctrine that salvation depends upon belief, in this book of John, all these doctrines find their warrant. Nowhere else. read these three Gospels, and then read John, and you will agree with me that the Gospels that teach we must be kind, we must be merciful, we must be forgiving, and thereupon that God will forgive us, is true, and then say whether or not that doctrine is not better than the doctrine that somebody else can be good for you, that somebody else can be bad for you, and that the only way to get to heaven is to believe something that you do not understand. Now, upon these Gospels that I have read, the churches rest, and out of those things that I have read, they have made their creeds. And the first church to make a creed, so far as I know, was the Catholic. I take it that is the first church that had any power. That is the church that has preserved all these miracles for us. That is the church that preserved the manuscripts for us. That is the church whose word we have to take. That church is the first witness that Protestantism brought to the bar of history to prove miracles that took place 1800 years ago, and while the witness is there, Protestantism takes pains to say, you can't believe one word that witness says now. That church is the only one that keeps up a constant communication with heaven through the instrumentality of a large number of decayed saints. That church is an agent of God on earth. That church has a person who stands in the place of the deity. And that church, according to their doctrine, is infallible. That church has persecuted to the exact extent of her power, and always will. In Spain, that church stands erect, and that church is arrogant. In the United States, that church crawls. But the object in both countries is the same, and that is the destruction of intellectual liberty. That church teaches us that we can make God happy by being miserable ourselves. That church teaches you that a nun is holier in the sight of God than a loving mother with a child in her thrilled and thrilling arms. That church teaches you that a priest is better than a father. That church teaches you that celibacy is better than that passion of love that has made everything of beauty in this world. That church tells the girl of 16 or 18 years of age, with eyes like dew and light, that girl with the red of health in the white of her beautiful cheeks, tells that girl, put on the veil woven of death and night, kneel upon stones, and you will please God. I tell you that by law no girl should be allowed to take the veil and renounce the beauties of the world until she was at least 25 years of age. Wait until she knows what she wants. I am opposed to allowing these spider-like priests weaving webs to catch the flies of youth, and there ought to be a law appointing commissioners to visit such places twice a year, and release every person who expresses a desire to be released. I don't believe in keeping penitentiaries for God. No doubt they are honest about it. That is not the question. Now this church, after a few centuries of thought, made a creed, and that creed is the foundation of Orthodox religion. Let me read it to you. Whosoever will be saved, before all things it is necessary that he hold the Catholic faith, which faith, except every one do keep entire and inviolate, without doubt, he shall everlastingly perish. Now the faith is this, that we worship one God in Trinity, and Trinity in unity. Of course you understand how that's done, so there's no need of my explaining it. Neither confounding the persons nor dividing the substance. You see what a predicament that would leave the deity in if you divided the substance. For one is the person of the Father, another of the Son, and another of the Holy Ghost. But the Godhead of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost is all one. You know what I mean by Godhead. In glory equal, and in majesty co-eternal. Such as the Father is, such is the Son, such is the Holy Ghost. The Father is uncreated, the Son uncreated, the Holy Ghost uncreated. The Father incomprehensible, the Son incomprehensible, the Holy Ghost incomprehensible. And that is the reason we know so much about the thing. The Father is eternal, the Son eternal, the Holy Ghost eternal. And yet there are not three eternals, only one eternal. As also there are not three uncreated, nor three incomprehensibles, only one uncreated, one incomprehensible. In like manner, the Father is almighty, the Son almighty, the Holy Ghost almighty. Yet there are not three almighties, only one almighty. So the Father is God, the Son God, the Holy Ghost God, and yet not three gods. And so likewise the Father is Lord, the Son is Lord, the Holy Ghost is Lord, yet there are not three Lords. For as we are compelled by the Christian truth to acknowledge every person by himself to be God and Lord, so we are all forbidden by the Catholic religion to say there are three gods or three Lords. The Father is made of no one, not created or begotten. The Son is from the Father alone, not made, nor created, or begotten. The Holy Ghost is from the Father and the Son, not made, nor begotten, but proceeded. You know what proceeding is. So there is one Father, not three fathers. But why should there be three fathers and only one Son? One Son and not three sons, one Holy Ghost, not three Holy Ghosts, and in this Trinity there is nothing before or afterward, nothing greater or less, but the whole three persons are co-eternal with one another, and co-equal, so that in all things the unity is to be worshipped in Trinity, and the Trinity is to be worshipped in unity, and therefore we will believe. Those who will be saved must thus think of the Trinity. Furthermore, it is necessary to everlasting salvation that he also believe rightly the incarnation of our Lord Jesus Christ. Now the right of this thing is this, that we believe and confess that our Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God, is both God and man. He is God of the substance of his Father, begotten before the world was. That was a good while before his mother lived. And he is man of the substance of his mother, born in this world, perfect God and perfect man, and the rational soul in human flesh, subsisting equal to the Father according to his Godhead, but less than the Father according to his manhood, who being both God and man is not two, but one not by conversion of God into flesh, but by the taking of the manhood into God. You see that it is a great deal easier than the other, one altogether, not by a confusion of substance, but by unity of person. For as the rational soul and flesh is one man, so God the man is one Christ, who suffered for our salvation, descended into hell, rose again the third day from the dead, ascended into heaven, and he sitteth at the right hand of God the Father Almighty, and he shall come to judge the living and the dead. In order to be saved, it is necessary to believe this. What a blessing that we do not have to understand it! And in order to compel the human intellect to get upon its knees before that infinite absurdity, thousands and millions have suffered agonies. Thousands and millions have perished in dungeons and in fire, and if all the bones of all the victims of the Catholic Church could be gathered together, a monument higher than all the pyramids would rise in our presence, and the eyes of even the priests would be suffused with tears. That church covered Europe with cathedrals and dungeons. That church robbed men of the jewel of the soul. That church had ignorance upon its knees. That church went into partnership with the tyrants of the throne, and between these two vultures, the altar and the throne, the heart of man was devoured. Of course I have met, and cheerfully admit, that there are thousands of good Catholics. But Catholicism is contrary to human liberty. Catholicism bases salvation upon belief. Catholicism teaches man to trample his reason underfoot. And for that reason, it is wrong. End of Ingersoll's New Departure, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. This recording will continue and conclude on the next file. Ingersoll's new departure is from the book Lectures of Colonel Robert Greene Ingersoll, read for you by Ted DeLorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina, during August 2007.